Ladies and gentlemen, Mass Effect 3. Anybody want to guess how long it's been? Just random curiosity. I'll just tell you. It has been 3,855 days. It's 10 years, 7 months, and 11 days for slightly more understandable factors. And, of course, naturally, what would me giving an initial speech be without someone donating to interrupt it? I'm not even going to give a speech. What speech is there to give? I literally owe my career to this game. Although, I suppose, in the interests of total honesty, that's not quite fair. Because that's being dismissive, isn't it? Oh, sure, Mass Effect 3 was Mass Effect 3, and we all had our own reactions to that, but what actually made my career was you all. You're the ones who made this happen. So, I just want to say thank you. 10 years, 7 months, and 11 days. I have been through the worst hell of my life in that period of time, and a lot of other unpleasantness beside. In fact, I quite literally nearly died during that period of time. But I was able to get back on my feet because of you. And I don't have a nice way to say this, because you financially supported me. Don't mistake me, I appreciate every person who shows up in chat or in the comments, but the people who actually said, you know what, I'm going to give this guy a buck, are the people who have ensured that I can keep paying the bills. And that's life, right? You need to pay the bills, right? There's no moving around that one. So, I suppose what I just wanted to say is thank you. But before I say thank you in full, we do have a few people to say thank you for this one in particular. The people I want to say thank you to are Zofer, someone whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce. It's Thomas Burex, I think. I have no idea how to pronounce it. Shadow Machine, Shishki, Candyman, TSB, Command & Conquer 2, Von Bacon Eater, Tesla Effect, SDR, Narset, Max, which I've been told is pronounced Max, Tonic the Dogtor, Oculus, Jesse's Mask, Sonashi, So Dead Inside, Indiana Joe, Seraphim Altaniel, James Hogan, Cord, Jordan Freemeyer, The Blackout, G. Cormos, Pika, Walker, Dopefish, Frieza, Maverick, MS Cardo, Zeiss, and, person who put this game on the list, Nami, and our majority shareholder, Sean. Thank you, all of you, for making this run happen. And for the fact that I could still sit here and make trout-flavored yogurt. Because I gotta be honest, I'm not sure if I'd still be here if I couldn't. So, without further ado, I do want to establish something. So, obviously, we have established a lot of case law and a lot of precedents with regards to these reviews, so we have a lot of ways in which things work, which we've hammered out over years and years of practice and operation. Never, Django! Also, wasn't that earlier this year? In March or something like that? Just to let you know, the Ice Frost, we will be doing the initial 3 missions, which we have to do. Then we'll be going to Palavan, and so then immediately after Palavan, we will go ahead and go pick up the DLC characters. So that's going to be the order of events. Excuse me. Case law. Part of the outrage, part of the aggravation for this, was specifically from the fact that the developers straight up lied to us, both before, during, and after the release of this game. Something that I do want to reiterate is something we need to mention for historical purposes. But, because of how these reviews work, because of, 8 years of case law and precedents and building up the review system, that doesn't count against the game. The developer being a dickhole does not serve as a negative for the game. We've actually already ran into these kind of problems before, and we will run into these kind of problems in the future. But we have taken the real-life equation and just thrown it out the window. It is not a part of the review. But I want you all to be thinking about something. because one of the arguments that could be leveled is that the game itself, Mass Effect 3, lies to us in its presentation, its format, and just kind of the way the game is speaking to us, literally as well as metaphorically, and see if that is lying to us. Because an argument can be leveled that it is, but this is, after all, only my, 3.5 time playing this, and also final time playing this. So, who knows? Now, one other thing, because it's already come up in chat, there is no multiplayer in this version of the game. That means, since this is the version of the game that we are streaming, multiplayer will not be able to boost the score, which is a damn shame. Because I guarantee you multiplayer would absolutely boost the score. It was awesome. It was simple, but tightly crafted. Fun, good variety, good AI, excellent enemy encounter design, wonderful map design, and wonderful class design. There was so much good about it. It would have easily been like a dozen positives to gameplay, and none of that's happening. Moving on. I do not know Black Monk. Thank you, Little Billy. I will put that donation, sub, towards, Patchwalker. Oh, by the way, is Shadow Warrior on the list, Equalitas? I meant to ask you. Either way, thank you very much. I will put that towards Shadow Warrior, assuming it's on the list. We'll just accept the face as is. Alright, Leander, I'm ready. Yeah, let's just accept it, whatever. We're always gonna look googly. I've accepted this. We will once again be playing Engineer. Now, I've actually played Engineer in 3, but only in the multiplayer, so. Oh yeah, before I move forwards. I'm just making sure, Equalitas, before I move forwards. So Mass Effect 3 will once again be getting positives for difficulty design. In fact, the difficulty design is even better in 3 than it was in 2. Because 2 still lent itself a lot towards HP padding, but it did at least vary up enemy AI and enemy placement. 3 really varies up enemy AI, enemy placement, and just the very nature of how they operate, the nature of how they use cover, etc., etc., and doesn't do as much HP padding. So I can tell you right now, before we even start, 2 positives to gameplay for difficulty design. I'm just going to jot those down really quick. Lord knows that this game is probably not going to be lacking in the gameplay positive territory.
How bad is it?
Bad. We just lost contact with 2 of our deep space outposts. There's something massive on long-range scanners.
Is this what Shepard warned us about?
I'd stake my life on it.
How long do we have?
Not long. I sent word. The fleets are mobilizing.
God help us all.
In 2157, humanity discovered they were not alone in the universe. 30 years later, they found a peaceful place among denizens and galactic species, but this idyllic future is overshadowed by a dark past. Reapers, an inconsistent race of machines responsible for cleansing the galaxy of all organic life every 50,000 years, are about to return. The leaders of the galaxy are paralyzed by indecision, unable to accept the legend of Reapers as fact, but one soldier has seen the legend come to life, and now the fate of the galaxy depends upon him. Cheap. I'm just gonna say it. Cheap. We'll cover that later, but that's cheap, and I hate it. It's Modern Warfare 3 all over again. God, we look awful in that outfit.
Commander,
You're not supposed to call me that anymore, James.
not supposed to salute you either. We gotta go. The Defense Committee wants to see you.
Sounds important.
So, hi, Vega.
What's going on?
Couldn't say. Just told me they needed you. Now.
Anderson?
Admiral?
You look good, Shepard. Maybe a little soft around the edges. How you holding up since being relieved from duty?
It's not so bad once you get used to the hot food and soft beds.
We'll get it sorted out.
What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry?
Admiral Hackett's mobilizing the fleets. I'm guessing word's made it to Alliance Command. Something big's headed our way.
The Reapers?
We don't know. Not for certain.
What else could it be?
If I knew that.
Alright, so I'm going to pause right here. For those of you who know me, you know that there are two parts of a game I am extraordinarily harsh on. For every game, not just Mass Effect. Can anyone tell me what they are? Let's just make sure that people know my process is here. But I wanted to mention that right up the bat because... yeah, the intro and the outro, absolutely, thank you. Because this... I'm gonna shred this intro. So, couple of problems pretty much immediately, right off of the bat. First of all, here's Vega. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and admit, I actually like Vega more upon repeat thought than I originally did. Vega himself is not actually the problem. As usual, it's how he's used in the narrative. Vega is kind of a I'm new to the franchise viewpoint character, and so he's going to be used as a bit of a Tidus here. Yeah, he's in medias res, which, honestly, this is not the time to be doing that in the third part of a trilogy. Now, I'm not going to ding the game specifically for this yet, but we do need to decide how we ding the game for the fact that this is also being designed with the idea and intent of people being new to the franchise and having not played 1 and 2. Now, let's be clear. It's not uncommon for a particular thing, a particular work, either movie, show, or game, or book for that matter, to be here for new people, right? We've actually already covered that in Tor. There was a specific Tor expansion, I believe it was Kotfi, which was designed for new players, and there was an option at character creation to just skip to Kotfi. That's a little bit different, though. Another contrary example to this is Witcher 3. Witcher 3, however, is not the third of a trilogy. It is, for all intents and purposes, its own game, just like Witcher 1 and Witcher 2 are. They happen to be part of the sequels to each other, but it's not one arc across the three. It's a story, and then a story, and then a story. That's different. To put this into very, very clear perspective, if you started Back to the Future 3, or Return of the King 3, which is Lord of the Rings, I don't know why I said it that way, as if that people were never supposed to have watched the previous movies, those trilogies, those third movies, would suffer for it, just like this game does. Because it's not another entry in the series, it's part 3 of 3. And that's the distinction. One arc, which we're seeing a portion of, versus another portion in the series. And I just bring this up because I've actually heard some people argue against this over the years, because The Witcher 3 is the most common example I would hear. But yeah, this is not Majora's Mask. This is a direct sequel to Mass Effect 2, which is a direct sequel to Mass Effect 1. Now, ironically, Mass Effect 2 bypassed this problem partially because of that comic, where you're actually also allowed to make decisions to decide how Mass Effect 1 goes. Mass Effect 3 offers no such opportunity. It's just, here you go! Now, if you don't understand why this is so aggravating, the biggest reason why this is frustrating, it's not actually a gameplay problem. It's entirely a narrative problem. Because in many cases, story beats that should happen don't, because they're treating this as if it's the first game you're playing. Let me give you a specific example. Romancing Liara, which will get a negative. Because, speaking from experience, if you romance Liara in Mass Effect 1 and 2, when you get to 3, she acts like you're not romantically connected. She acts like the relationship never happened or was cut off a long time ago. And then you have the new opportunity to start a relationship with Liara out of nowhere. And you see the point. That's just one example, but there are many examples where the game essentially doesn't really acknowledge the previous games because of the fact that it's trying to get you up to start as if the first thing you do. Now, the funny thing is Mass Effect 3 is also the best game in the trilogy for acknowledging your choices in the previous games. And if you take nothing else away from this whole speech I'm giving right now, remember that point. Mass Effect 3 pretends as if the previous games don't exist and acknowledges them better than anything else does. At the same time, at different points and in different ways. Because that's Mass Effect 3 in a nutshell, right there. Now, excuse me, I just got a donation, which means I need to Alt-Tab. Let's go see what that was. Yeah, if you ever wonder why I tend to simultaneously bash and praise Mass Effect 3, there you go. Thank you, Eternus. She loved the cake. Thank you for asking. Had a little bit of frosting, you know. You didn't put that towards something, so if you want to select something for that to go towards, please let me know. And thank you. That's true, Yura. It's just a game. There's no reason to care about anything. We should all just commit suicide immediately to satisfy the YouTube overlords. So, speech aside, let's go ahead and move forward to my next point. StarCraft 2, you got it. Give me one moment to jot that down. No, yeah, it really is the BioWare magic thing. I've actually talked about that several times, because at this point we've covered several BioWare games, all of which have had the BioWare magic problem. Let me really, really briefly explain BioWare magic in a practical sense. Good, creative, talented creators who have actively negative, actively bad managerial processes. So, people working over each other and through each other, and redundant work processes, and waste, and unusual budgets, and unusual scheduling, and nobody has any idea what's going on, and it all just kind of fumbles together in the end, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. That's BioWare magic to a T. They are, like I said back during, I believe it was the Mass Effect 2 run, we have evidence, documented evidence, of just how terrible their management practices were. And sometimes it works. Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 1. Dragon Age Origins. KOTOR even. Neverwinter Nights. And then sometimes it doesn't. Alright. So, we're dropped into this. People are acting like... I'm going to complain about the writing already. I know. But allow me to be blunt. What should be happening here, the tone, the vibe of these scenes, should be something along the lines of, Shepard, it's time. All that work and effort that we already put into prepping for this day is now, it's time for it to be activated. So let's go ahead and initiate the plans we already worked on over the last 6 months. Instead, as you've already seen and will see in a few minutes, it's, there's something coming. We're not sure what it is. It might be the Reapers. What do we do if it is the Reapers? We fight or we die, etc. So for the last 6 months, we've been sitting around doing nothing. By the way, this is a terrible time for questions, Eleazar. I'm just going to tell you that. However, I don't know what scrim is, so you're going to have to help me out with this. So we've already got an internal, what do I call it? A consequence storytelling problem. Oh, you mean Skyrim? Duh, I'm stupid. Sorry. No, Bethesda doesn't have the BioWare magic problem. Bethesda has a slightly different problem, which I'm not going to get into right now because that's a whole other discussion. And thank you, Melkor Blade. Always. I will put that towards the Trails in the Sky block. Yeah, Bethesda has the Bethesda problem. That's a great way to put that. They are unique in how much they screw up, because they don't screw up more than they do. And I know that's controversial to say that, but I stand by it. Bethesda still puts out some reasonably well-constructed, talented work. I bet you money right now that if we were to review Morrowind and Skyrim tomorrow, both games would be wildly net positive, because they're good games. And good tea. I bought up the good tea for today. Thank you, G-Juice. Yeah, exactly, Sean. You're getting my point. I actually agree with you on this. Is that the problem is that we should have been prepping since ME1, and now we've actively not been prepping at all. It's just being shoved right into our face. And I was at least willing to kind of accept that, you know, Cerberus and other groups were willing to work with us and willing to be like, all right, we got to do something. And instead what we have here is this nonsense. But I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. Let's rewind a bit. So, lack of consequence storytelling. Let's jot that down really quick. Then we have to move forward. And we have to address something else that's happening here. Why are there only 2 dialogue options on the screen? I know this is going to sound petty, but I don't care, because it's not. Mass Effect 3, by a wide margin, has the least dialogue options. Like the least choice per scene, choice per game, whatever you want to call that, in the entire in the franchise. Even Andromeda has more dialogue options than this. 2 still had something. 2 was actually still less than 1. We actually showcased that. But it was like 1 to 2 was a small gap down. Like it was somewhat less, but there were still times when you could have a nuanced opinion and you could go investigate and stuff. And then we go down to 3, which is a plummet down. Hi, Rex. I don't see you often. Hope you're doing well. So, get used to this. Now, this brings me up to something else. Good. Yeah, there's also very few interrupts in 3. Hardly, like, barely a fraction of the interrupts we had in 2. There's a difficulty option which removes the dialogue options. Now, you know me. I'm really big on choice. Always have been, always will be. But there is an option to turn off a major function of gameplay. And the way it works, you see how we're paused here for this dialogue option? This pause wouldn't happen. There is a default path, and so every single dialogue option of the game, and remember there's not that many of them, all have a default option. If you have that mode on, it always goes through the default option. Now, I'm torn on this because it is an option, you know, and it is kind of, again, I'm big on options. But that kind of feels like playing StarCraft 2 without having to ever select your units. Or maybe, like, build or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, that doesn't feel like a difficulty option. It feels like I want to engage in the game less. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Okay, I shouldn't say that. It is my presumption that Rax is absolutely right. That the reason for the reduced options and the default options boils down to the same thing I've already complained about. Got to appeal to new players. That's why we're not going to give a negative for the fact that the game is trying to appeal to new players, because we don't have to. We will have individual things we can give negatives to that are a result of the fact that it's trying to appeal to new players. That would feel terrible, Latario. Unironically, that would feel awful. And in fact, we already kind of established a bit of case law here, because we've already talked about this in Mass Effect 2 with Kasumi and Zaid, which removed dialogue from the equation. So... all right, so we've already got several bad things, and we've barely started. Who's ready for it to get worse?
You know we're not ready if it is there. Not by a long shot.
Tell that to the defense committee.
Unless we're planning to talk the Reapers to death, the committee is a waste of time.
They're just scared. None of them have seen what you've seen. You faced down a Reaper. Hell, you spoke to one, then blew the damn thing up. You've seen how they harvest us.
This is very as-you-know dialogue. This is not good dialogue writing.
That why they grounded me? Took away
Look at
my
this.
ship?
You know that's not true.
Look at this.
When you blew up the Batarian relay, hundreds of thousands of Batarians died.
It was that or let the Reapers walk through our back door.
This recap is awful.
So does the committee. If it wasn't for that, you'd have been court-martialed and left to rot in the brig.
That and your good word?
Yeah, I trust you, Shepard. And so does the committee.
I'm just a soldier, Anderson. I'm no politician.
I don't need you to be either. I just need you to do whatever the hell it takes to help us stop the...
No, I didn't, Django. This is just default.
They're expecting you to, Admiral.
Good luck in there, Shepard.
Thanks, Vega. You mean like the comic in 2? Ashley! Wow, your boobs got bigger!
Kate?
How'd it go in there, Major?
Okay, I think. Hard to know. I'm just waiting for orders now.
Major?
You hadn't heard?
No, I'm a bit out of the loop these days.
Sorry, sir. Didn't mean to keep you out of the loop.
Okay, so I like to show my work. I like to showcase stuff. Did you notice that in the entire sequence so far we've had 2 dialogue options and both of them are not dialogue options? I don't have the capacity to do this properly, but I want you to imagine Mass Effect 1. Game starts, we're leaning over Joker, and then there's an option, he talks, then there's an option, then we go back and can talk to people, then there's several options, and so forth and so on. Think about, what I'm trying to say is think about the density of dialogue choices. No, they're not super fleshed out, and no, they're not super amazing. That would require something like Dragon Age Origins. But they're there. We have had 2, and did you notice, and it's hard to explain this, but having just gone through 1 and 2, it's really being thrown into a highlight here, because we just had a huge swath of cutscene with nothing, and then 2 dialogue options that both say the same thing. Don't worry about it, and it's fine, Major. I'm all in favor of nuance and dialogue options. It's something I praise in game design. This is not nuance. This is not deciding your flavor of Shepard. This is deciding if you want vanilla or French vanilla. That's not even a good analogy. I don't even have a good analogy because it's so stupid. 10 minutes into this. It does, Django. If you take into account story mode, this makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Wraith. Very much. I will put that down for Resident Evil 8. Much appreciate. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? Fallout 4 is another game that I have blasted for this exact same problem. Because, okay, let's rewind here a second. Give me a moment. Let me actually unpack this rather than just rant about it. There are 2 purposes behind Choice's gameplay. Yes, Pika. Those 2 purposes are, 1, to help mold your character. It gives you, the player, the option to roleplay, to decide which flavor and slice of character you are on specific topics. And 2, to make decisions that can alter the path, usually in minor ways, of how quests and stories go. Okay? This is the purpose of Choice's gameplay. That's what it's there for. When you have things like this, you are failing on both points. Oh, that's fair. Also to convey in Univers, I didn't even think about that. But you're right. So it's also a way to interrogate the NPCs and to get information on what's going on and how and why. This is an insult. Now, I swear I'll have good things to say about this game, but let's just be clear. The intro to this game is crap. And I'm not going to hold back. One way or the other. Good, bad, or in between. You know me. I have established a long-standing tradition of being fair, whether I like the game or not, in the review. This is a bad intro, and I'm going to shred the crap out of it.
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Yeah, I suppose I did. Still, it's good to see you.
Admiral,
Come on.
It is Jaren Duffing. You're absolutely right.
You know the commander?
I used to.
This scene's getting a negative by itself. I'm just going to tell you that right now. This is such a dumb scene. There is actually Mike Romano.
Admiral Anderson. Shepard.
What's the situation?
We were hoping you would tell us.
The reports coming in are unlike anything we've seen. Whole colonies have gone dark. We've lost contact with everything beyond the Soul Relay.
Whatever this is, it's incomprehensibly powerful.
You can't beat them conventionally. I'm going to count that as we can't beat them conventionally.
The Reapers are here.
Oh no!
Then, how do we stop them?
Stop them. This isn't about strategy or tactics. This is about survival. The Reapers are more advanced than we are. More powerful, more intelligent. They don't fear us. And they'll never take pity on us.
But there must be some way.
It's so hard. It's so hard to explain this out loud. But I'm glad I don't have to. I'm glad everyone can already see how bad this dialogue is. Because this is terrible dialogue. I'm gonna actually jump over here and just give a separate negative for the intro's dialogue. Because this is terrible. Oh my, yeah, this is first pass. That's exactly right. Now we know, so let's, one thing I always like to do is I like to give some historical presentation. This was a rushed game. Of course it was. And so this game actually suffers from the exact same thing that Dragon Age 2 did. It was absolutely raced through the development cycle. And if you zoom out the camera, that rush explains a whole lot of the problems we're running into. Between the mandate, has to be for new players, and you have very little time to... God, why is the camera moving? And you have very little time to work on it. It explains almost everything. Almost every aspect of this game makes sense if you keep in mind those two things. Why is the... I don't know why the camera's moving. Because a couple of decades ago, people thought that filming something with artificial shakiness would make it look more real. And they were wrong. I hate shaky cam, and I will stab people in the face for using it. Now then, thank you. Whoever just donated, it didn't actually tell me. But thank you very much. I'm glad you appreciate the camera. Oh God, why is it still shaky? We actually do have a precedence for negative to shaky cam. It is nauseating. So when people usually think of shaky cam, what they think of is... Which this isn't. This is what I like to call drunk cam. And I do have this term for that. In fact, I've used this before when discussing movies and shows as well. This is when the camera is literally just doing this. And they're just trying to emulate the idea that it looks more natural, which just makes it feel more nauseating. Now, granted, I admit that's a personal problem of mine, but my point here is that people really like to overuse this as a way to try and make realism happen. As with all tools, there is a way to use this, and this is not it. But anyways, so we've done it. Everything's cool. We'll put on the jump cam negative. Let's do this.
If we're gonna have any chance at surviving this, we have to stand together.
That's it? That's our plan?
Admiral, we've lost contact with Luna Base.
The moon? It couldn't be that close already.
How'd they get past our defenses?
Sir, UK headquarters has a visual.
Thankfully, we can turn off film grain, which we already have, of course. Okay, so the Reapers are attacking so rapid fire that they're destroying fleets. So there shouldn't really be what we just saw. But let's ignore that for a second. Also, the Council had no acknowledgement of the fact the Reapers had already landed on Earth.
Admiral Hackett.
What do we do?
The only thing we can. We fight, or we die.
Oh, God. Ain't that line.
We should get to the Normandy.
And we're dead. So that was Mass Effect 3. The Reapers have annihilated Earth.
Shepard!
By the way, that's not the last time we will survive being hit by a Reaper beam while on foot.
We've got to get moving. This is Admiral Anderson. Report in anyone.
No, it wasn't Zach Taft, but we'll get to that in a minute.
What's your status? I can't raise the Normandy. You'll have to contact me. We'll meet you at the landing zone. Anderson out.
I will absolutely acquiesce. The sound design is top-notch in 3. Credit where credit is due. As usual, pluses deserve pluses.
They're massive.
So, hold on. Sound design, let's do it. We'll put it under story, I think. Alright, so.
Come on, Shepard. Cadence headed to the Normandy. They'll pick us up if we can get to this.
I'm just gonna point out the first thing that this game has done wrong with the Reapers already. Don't worry, there's more than a few. And that is the fact that there's a Reaper right there. And a Reaper right there. And a Reaper right there. And a Reaper right there. Also, there's ones we can't see up in the clouds. Now, if you're not figuring this out, one of the narrative points that Mass Effect 2 made, and that was Mass Effect 1 implied, was that there aren't that many Reapers. This explains why they're so meticulous, and why they try to use the tactics that they do when taking the world. However, here in Mass Effect 3, there are just all of a sudden gabrillions of Reapers. And if you don't understand why it's so relevant right here, this is 4 Reapers in visual range. Keep in mind that 1 Reaper, hypothetically, could be assigned to each major planet, and that would still work out given their tactics and their operations. But no, we have 4 Reapers just in eyeball range. Never mind on Earth. So this is dumb. Then there's the fact that each of them look identical. Because, you know, there's only 2 types of Reapers in Mass Effect 3. So, that's cool, too. Now, hang on. You could argue that there should be billions of Reapers, in which case, this is still a negative. In fact, it's still a negative regardless, but I'll get to that in just a minute. Yeah, they're not the Zerg, exactly. If, as I mentioned back during the Arrival DLC, if they were the Zerg, there's no need for any of the tactics. Like, I gave a huge discussion about this during the Arrival DLC, so I'm not going to repeat myself. The point is, this is underthought. We already talked about this. Mass Effect 3's writers are really big into underthought. We want to have Reapers everywhere. Let's not think about what that actually means. And that's another thing I'll be bringing up in a moment. Okay, so. I love it. I love it. They didn't change them. I don't know how well you can see that on screen. I've been wondering this whole time. Ever since we first came out with the Legendary Edition, one of the first thoughts that came to me, I kid you not, was, did they change the running people model? I made fun of this during the lore run, because I never noticed this until the lore run. And if you can't tell what you're looking at there, that's a single, looks like about a 3-frame animation, terrible GIF, or GIF if you prefer. Oh, there's only one of the civilians, and they're all just running and doing their thing there. And you know what this looks? Rushed. That's what this looks like.
Let's move! Look out! How do you stop something so powerful?
They're just so powerful. I'm gonna count that. They're so powerful.
Take a running jump. It's farther than it looks. Come on, let's go.
There you go. Perfect. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. That is hysterical.
Down here, Shepard.
There. What angle is that? Like, that doesn't even work. That's not human. Oh my god, they're not even human. That explains everything. The ninjas are rushing Area 51. Run! Run! Like, oh, this is perfect. Let's get a really good angle. There we go. Now they're literally running backwards.
Come on. We'll have to go this way. Looks clear. Let's go. Major, you read me. I'm patching in Shepard.
We're almost to the Normandy. I've got Lieutenant Vega with me, but we're taking heavy fire.
Oh, that's I forgot. There is photos mode. Hang on. Oh, it won't let me go that far out. Damn it! Hang on. Oh god, they're still jumping in photo mode. I can't go further out though. I'm leashed to wherever Shepard is, which is right over there. Oh.
Major! Damn it! Come on, we gotta move! Husks! Take him out! Shoot him! I'm out of ammo! Come on, we gotta move!
You know what would be nice to not be out of ammo for? Having a heated thermal cooldown system. Random thought. That's a fair point. People who play video games don't look at details. They look at, yeah, blah. Okay, in the interest of fairness, that was a good change to the game. And I mean that with sincerity. The addition of a melee move that's actually worth a damn is actually a good thing. Alright, hang on.
Gotta find a way out of here.
It's still... Oh, God, I'm running into the invisible wall. Look, it's right there. It won't let me go over the ledge. No! Give me my no-clip. Oh, well. Okay, we're done. We're done.
Watch it! Through this way.
How many of you have seen my Modern Warfare 3 run?
Hey. It's okay.
Everyone's dying.
Come on, you've got to get out of here. Take my hand.
You can't help me.
That's
Shepard! In here.
cheap. That's cheap. I like that song. In fact, I'm definitely going to give this game a plus for music. There's some really good songs in here. But screw that. That is goddamn cheap. You can't help me.
Goddamn mess. Every minute these machines are here, thousands of innocent people die. I won't be responsible.
Every minute, thousands die, huh? Yep, okay.
It's hard enough fighting a war, but it's worse knowing no matter how hard you try, you can't save them all.
Very natural dialogue. I'm ready, Raven King. I thought we'd have more time. Even though... Why would you ever think you would have more time? You actually had an accurate way to track exactly when they would show up.
The fight's here.
It'll be everywhere soon enough. You said it yourself. The Reapers will destroy everything if we don't stop them. The Council has to help us. You sure about that? No, but you were a Council Spectre. That has to count for something.
Please stop recapping crap.
Gotcha!
Thanks. I owe you one.
And yeah, what about Earth? We're already focused on Earth.
Grab some ammo.
Yeah, okay, so we talked about this yesterday. To reiterate this for a moment. I have nothing wrong with a Shepard who's very pro-Earth. That makes sense. And it's a player choice, therefore it's a player option, and that's cool. What is not cool is all the player choice and all the player options being thrown out the window and us being mandated being pro-Earth. And when I say pro-Earth, I don't mean Earth is cool. I mean, like, Earth to the exception of everything else. I will point this out further as we go through, but there are several times in this game where we are so pro-Earth that we actually become anti-other places. Like, I'll only help you if you help me out on Earth. Is the kind of thing we'll say to people who are currently being invaded by the Reapers. Like, what? Anyways, sorry. It is regardless, Mike Romano. It's just, it's... Okay, I did need that laugh, Raven King. Thank you. You know what? You're absolutely right, Raven King. Everyone says the same thing. In fact, let me spoil a little bit here. Liara is going to be like, yeah, with regards to, I don't remember the name of the planet, and screw everywhere else because her planet got hit. Now, okay, yes, I get it. I get it. Thessia, thank you. We all care about our homes. We all care about our places. But it's so prolific that it's as if everybody all of a sudden forgot that this is a galactic community and just kind of decided that the only thing they care about is their particular corner of it. Which, you know, a talented writing team might have actually been able to use that and do something good with that, right? I mean, that's the zombie apocalypse scenario. What we are breaks down under severe circumstances. But that's not what this is. This is terrible, is what this is. But I digress.
Reload, let's keep moving.
That's something I haven't said at all. And yeah, I should also point out that Mass Effect 1 and 2 were thematically all about building up the interstellar community in order to unite against external foes, like that thing right there. I think you're right, Black Malkin. I think they wanted to have the final battle be on Earth, and they didn't know how to get to that point. I mean, here's a question for you. Why, spoilers, why do the Reapers bring the Citadel to Earth? Of all places. When they get it. Now, I know the answer, because the answer is because they wanted the final battle to be on Earth.
Major! Kate! Damn it, they're in trouble!
That thing's actually taking those hits like a champ. I'm impressed. Oh, we just broke our back.
Normandy, we're going to reroute. Do you copy? Normandy, come in.
So that was a big ship. Much bigger than the SR2.
You two all right? Get down, they'll see you.
Oh yeah, new enemy types. Okay.
Keep your head down.
I like the new enemy types. As I said, the gameplay of this game is actually pretty legit.
Finish them all.
Better usage of enemy health bars, more visibility on exactly how much damage you're doing per shot, more variety of enemies. There's some good stuff here, and I'm actually rather fond of it. But first, I just realized, hang on, let's save. Yeah, exactly, Meat Fist. Like, they actually do some stuff with the enemies in this game, so let's move some stuff around. So I'm gonna want drone on 6. On 2. Sabotage over here, which means there. Okay, there. That's where it should be. All right.
What happened here?
Our gunship was shot down. We barely made it.
You have a radio? We're trying to contact our ship.
No. There's one in the gunship, but it's gonna be crawling with those things.
Question. If the Reapers are so super powerful, why do they have a ground force at all?
Come on. Let's get to that gunship.
Like, they just took out that dreadnought over there, or cruiser, whatever that was, in seconds without any issues. I'm just pointing out inconsistencies, don't mind me. Those are fun to fight.
What the hell are those things?
Nice preview. We're back to the universal system, which sucks. But notice the cooldowns are overall much quicker. I didn't have to fire a single shot for that fight. Because, again, the class design in 3 is actually pretty legit. Can I level up? Oh, you're right, I can. Oh, okay, so... let's go with... So, for the first time ever, I'm actually going to give a positive for the leveling system. This is why. Because the first few upgrades are just like it was in Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2. But then you get this stuff over on the right over here. And these are actual mutators. You can do more damage, or you can add a shock attack. You can add cryo ammo, or you could add armor-piercing ammo. And you could flop. Like, it's not like you're stuck to the top path or stuck to the bottom path. You could pick and choose. It's actually got build gameplay for the first time. So, the fact that you can do this kind of thing is actually pretty legit, and for the first time, we can have an honest-to-God build in these games. So, plus to gameplay, leveling. Oh yeah, build... The engineer's probably going to finally be enjoyable to play. Lord knows that I've had fun with every class. In fact, I'm just going to jot down this classes question mark. I'll figure that out later. But every class is actually worth it. And yeah, we can actually play a melee build too. It's great. So, I'll get this. I think I'll go ahead and do that. And then, let's see here. Oh yeah, by the way, you can do this. And just undo it. It's a button. Now, I believe you can only do that once you're in this screen or something. Here, I guess I'll just test it. Here, let's do this. Let's pretend I'm doing my real build, which I think we're going to do that. So to commit to that. Nope. You can just undo it. It's just a button. Nice. More pluses. Ah, that's true, Django. It just didn't... There was no reason to in Mass Effect 2. I guess there was a reason to, but not something that's positive worthy. Here it actually is relevant for the build setup. That's why I'm only going to give it one positive Croatia, because this could easily be more than one. Bad news, always bad news first. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. We're going to go with that. Oh, that would be awesome, Sean. Put that in there. We'll see, Blade Travel. We'll see. I've always said I've said for years at this point, I shouldn't say I've always said, that Mass Effect 3 did do gameplay much better than both previous games, and arguably than its successor. Oh, hey, Anderson. Sure. Let's go with this. Let's just take the default option here. Also, if I might be so bold, I like the HUD here better than in the previous two games. It's not like it was bad in the previous two games, but here it's really indicative of what does what and where. Very quick and efficient way to eyeball, this is how this works. Now, see, that's interesting you say that, Kay, because I actually disagree with you on that. But not for the reasons you're thinking. Actually, this would be interface, I suppose. HUD is going to get its own positive, though, because the HUD is even better than in 2, and I liked 2's. And so let's see what Admiral gives us. What do we got down here? Weapon, or health and shield, power damage, sniper rifle damage, squad mate damage, or assault rifle damage. No, yeah, that swollen batteries is a real problem. By the way, pro tip, if any of you have a PSP, make sure to either go, like, charge it right now, after checking the battery, or go ahead and, you know, just charge it if the battery's fine, because your PSP's batteries go bad really quickly. In fact, my PSP battery has swollen, and my PSP is now batteryless. Easy to replace, but it's gone. Well, it's actually very simple, Kay. You ready for this, Kay? It's gonna blow your mind. I don't have a Vita, so I don't know about a Vita. Mass Effect Andromeda had better build gameplay, better respecking, better combat, better movement, worse encounter design, worse enemy variety, worse levels, worse bosses. That's the reasoning. That's what I thought. Put simply, if we had some of the enemy design of 3 and the encounter design of 3 with the core combat of Andromeda and the movement Andromeda, that would be awesome. Oh yeah, Andromeda also had a better vehicle, which obviously 3 doesn't have a vehicle, but you get my point. Now, obviously there are bad bosses in 3 because we fight Kai Lang several times. But, you know. Hey, we just unlocked the most basic weapon in the game.
Normandy, this is Anderson. Do you read?
Admiral, what's your location?
By a downed gunship in the harbor. I'm activating its distress beacon. Send support. We've got wounded down here. Major!
Bad boss is still a boss, Panka.
Let's hope that beacon does its job.
True, K.
And fast, we've got company.
Thank God for Mass Effect Andromeda not being afraid to be a video game! Who would have thought that, huh? And yeah, there's our grenade turret. Missed horribly with.
You and me both!
There it goes. I was gonna say, you gonna pop out, buddy? So I'm just deliberately running out my ammo because if my memory serves, that's a trigger for things progressing. Shoot the air for a bit.
There's more of them.
There we go.
Cavalry's here, gentlemen.
See?
About time.
Let's go.
I mean, the remaster is generally better, bugs aside. It's a lot easier and simpler to get running, too.
Welcome aboard, Shepard. Thanks.
Shepard!
This irritates me.
I'm not going. You saw those men back there. There's a million more like them, and they need a leader.
So, either, if you stay, I'm staying, which is extremely stupid, or, the hell you're not.
We're in this fight together.
It's a fight we can't win. Not without help.
Why does Anderson have to tell us this?
And all their ships to even have a chance at defeating the Reapers. Talk to the Council. Convince them to help us.
Raise the war score.
What if they won't listen?
Then make them listen. Now go! That's an order.
I don't take orders from you anymore, remember?
Consider yourself reinstated, Commander. You know what you have to do.
What?
I'll be back for you, and I'll bring every fleet I can. Good luck.
You too, Shepard.
And Anderson will just be fine on Earth by himself against however many hundreds of Reapers. Okay, I'm gonna shut up because this is a good song. I mean, this is a negative, but it's a good song at least. Good song. Many negatives to story, but good song. No, really, let's part and parcel those negatives, shall we? As soon as we get a pause point. No, I do not, Von Falkenstein.
What the hell's going on? Where's Anderson? Where are we going? Hey!
We're leaving.
Leaving?
What's going on?
Anderson wants us to go to the Citadel. Get help for the fight.
Yeah.
Bullshit, he wouldn't order us to leave.
Vega, I like you as a character. Please shut the hell up. But we're at a pause point, which is perfect. So let's part and parcel just how bad that was. It was so bad that Sakage just gave me a sub. Thank you, Sakage. I will put that towards dealer's choice. Thank you. Also, I want to give some credit to the actor. I can't think of his name right now, but he actually does a pretty decent job as Vega. I think I've commented on this before. I've known people like Vega in real life. Some people would use derogatory terms, but he's a grunt, right? And I don't mean that as a negative sense at all. There's something respectable about being a ground pounder. At least, I don't know, to me. That's it, Freddie Prinze Jr. Thank you, Gum Gum. And yeah, he does a decent job with it, and he manages to add some layers to him later. It's just, it takes a minute to get there, because they start off really badly with Vega. But in my defense, everyone's bad in the intro. We're not even done with the intro yet, by the way. We won't be until we get to the Citadel. But anyways, so we're there looking down at the kid. The kid's like, oh my gosh. And then it looks up, oh my gosh. And then there's the Reaper. By the way, to answer your question, I prefer the Crab Reapers. And the Crab Reaper's like, oh, I'm evil. And the kid's like, oh my gosh, I better run and get on the thing. Chong chong. Okay, let's take off. Okay, we're taking off. And then it's destroyed. And then the door closes and then we leave. Did you already notice 2 problems with that before I even go further? Problem number 1 with that is, why were we just sitting there watching that? How were we just sitting there watching that, for that matter? Like, really picture that. Ignore the kid and the escape. Focus for a moment over here on the Normandy and us for a second. We go up there, and we're just sitting there, not moving, while the door's open, Well, we watch this unfold, and even if we assume there's some narrative time stuff here, this has got to be at least 30 seconds, which is more than enough time for us to be absolutely obliterated because we're literally a static target. Which brings me immediately into my next problem with this whole sequence of events. Why did the Reapers completely ignore the Normandy? They even made a point of showing an extra sovereign class, the big dude, the cuttlefish guy, coming down while we're leaving, and nobody gives a crap about us. We just leave. And nobody tries to stop. They could chase us. They could nope, they're all focused on Earth. They completely ignore the Normandy. It's a stealth ship. Oh my god. it's right there. Okay, so but then ignoring the obvious stupidity here going on. Yeah, a ship the Reapers know about and have actually gone after multiple times. Then, immediately after that, we have the cheapness of the killing the kid. And it is cheap. I don't feel like going in depth into this. There's a way to do moments like that that are powerful and impacting. There's a way to have emotional impact. Final Fantasy goddamn 14, Endwalker, and the run through the woods. You know the scene I'm talking about if you do, and if you don't worry about it. It is possible to make a scene like this work. They absolutely didn't. So, it's stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's cheap. And then, hang on, it's also inconsistent. Yeah, exactly, Plutonia. So, the Reapers are so powerful. Let's really think about this. Let's put ourselves in universe for a second. Ignore Mass Effect 1 and 2. Ignore speculation. Ignore what the writers have said. Just focus on what the game has shown us. The Reapers are on their way, and they smash through Sol and the fleet, which is in orbit of Earth, so fast that nobody even gets a signal to the people on the ground. They smash through it in seconds. The entire Earth fleet, the entire Earth defense fleet. You know, the home fleet, as we'd call that. In seconds. The Reapers are so powerful and so overwhelming that they curb stomp one of the largest focuses of power in the galaxy in seconds. So, how does any of the rest of the entire game happen? Well, no, the problem here, Black Malkin, is it is trying to show that they can't be beaten conventionally, but they made the enemy so powerful that they should have already won. If they can do that kind of output that quickly and efficiently, they should sweep Earth in, honestly, probably minutes. There should be no resistance on Earth. They took out the entire fleet in seconds. I'm going to repeat that because that is a ludicrous amount of power. They should have already won. They should smash Earth and then move on to the next planet. But of course we can't have that. So instead, somehow people on the ground are going to successfully resist the Reaper forces for however long this game is. And yeah, I'm not even going to bring up all the other examples which we're going to see past this point, where the Reapers are so ridiculously overpowered, but they can't do that much damage. This is why I keep mentioning the inconsistency problem. It's partially underthought because they wanted something cool. And it is. Let's just think about this. The visual of us leaving and the whole fleet is wiped out and the debris is falling to the planet. Good visual. Didn't think it out. Underthought. Didn't think about what that means. And yeah, they also take the Asari world in a single mission. This makes no sense. The Reapers should not be this powerful or this weak. One of the two. You need to commit to one game. No, it took the Reapers about a day, I think it was, to beat the Protheans. And then it took about 200 years to clean up the galaxy. There's a difference. That's not what's happening here. This is... I mean, someone already said this in chat. It's the freaking Borg. And I love the Borg to death, but the Borg are terribly written. And we just have to acknowledge that. Because the Borg were written to be extraordinarily powerful. And then they just don't win. And nobody ever really thought about how or why. And if they're this powerful, then they didn't need the Citadel. And if they're this powerful, they didn't need the Alpha Relay. And if they're this powerful, they didn't need the Collectors. A lot of people, writers especially, don't seem to understand that when you... It's the threat of the week. They're a freaking threat of the week. They are. Because they're super strong. They're better than you. They're stronger than you in every way. You can't beat them. You can't defeat them. It's impossible until you figure out the gimmick or the trick. If it's well written, it's cool. If it's not, it's a MacGuffin. And then you use the MacGuffin and you hit the win button and then you beat the threat of the week. Move on. That's what the Reapers are in Mass Effect 3. And it irritates the ever-living snot out of me. So. Yeah, we're going to asymptomatically them to death. That's another thing. The Reapers haven't... I've been ignoring indoctrination while discussing all of this. Because indoctrination is the magic I win button for the Reapers. You know what the Reapers could and should be able to do? Really? Reaper moves in. Let's assume the Reapers are super overpowerful. I don't agree with that, but let's assume that. They're ridiculously powerful. They're ridiculously advanced. They can't be beaten. Okay, let's just assume that. They are invincible. So what you should be able to do is have a Reaper come over and land on the planet and then sit there. Now, it's not as cool. I would argue it's much more horrifying. I would argue that would be a really messed up horror story. Imagine divorce yourself from the lore of Mass Effect for a second. Imagine just a random sci-fi story where there's this giant, just cuttlefish-looking thing that just comes down and then lands and doesn't do anything. And everyone's just like, what the hell is that? I don't know. Oh my god. And then over time, you know, starts to get to you because of indoctrination. Oh my god, this is so stupid. And of course, very efficient way to do it, because they're super invincible. Nothing we can do can kill them or break them or hurt them. So they're just going to sit there and let indoctrination do its job. Oh, please link that, Dr. Winter. I could use a smile right now. That would be an interesting comparison, Spartan. Okay, hang on. Let's see here. Mass Effect 3 is a very inconsistent game. Oh, I didn't do anything funny with that one. How about, oh, that doesn't work either. Damn it! All my sentences are too non-olky. Ah, well. Thank you for the link, Dr. Winter. Save that for later. Ah, okay. Thank you, Don Crow. I need to stay hydrated. I'm giving myself a bit of a headache here. It's not actually a filter. I've turned on my red lights and my green lights. No, I'm joking. That would be funny, wouldn't it? If I've got the LED lights, I just don't use them very often. I swear there's good stuff in this game. We will get there. It's just, as I said before, the intro to this game is absolutely terrible. Which is funny, because so is the outro. What there's also is a sub from Spartan. Oh man, I would kill for a good Snickers. You ever have those almond Snickers? Those are great. Love those things. It's funny, Kay, because I think you're absolutely right. I don't actually know that for total certainty, but yeah. Oh, dude, yes, have you not had almond Snickers? They're so good. Legit. See if you can get a hold of them. They're so good. Thank you very much. Who was it? It was Spartan. Spartan, thank you. I will put that towards the Metroid block. I refuse on principle to thank Eric. Thank you, Eric. And hang on, I saw a donation from Baron there. Give me a second. No! Oh god, I'm getting sub-bombed. No, wasn't ready. So, Vega! Listen, I'm just admiring Vega's toned abs and his terrible elbow tattoo, which I'm not going to draw your attention to, just so you see it too. I mean, you're right, Kay. The whole reason to have the stupid kid at the beginning, other than cheap pathos, was so that we could then have the Star Child and have Casper the Genocidal Ghost at the end of it. Thank you, Baron. I do appreciate you. I'm going to read your comment out loud if you don't mind. Baron says, hey, Lore, have $10 so you can put it towards a game that writes Lovecraftian eldritch entities better, Kirby Superstar Ultra. And thank you, Ross. If you want to put that towards something, as usual, let me know. Sorry, I'm still writing up the negatives. There's so many negatives we've already slammed into. Firewatch, you got it. See, this is how this works. This is why we don't really do aggregates in the same way we used to. Because we have so many categories that if we have an aggregate, we just spread it out now. That's kind of become the thing. So instead of saying the intro is 10 negatives to story, we actually can part and parcel it and say it's a negative for this, and 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 this. So let me update the HUD. We're not done with the intro yet, by the way. And go over here. Oh, get rid of this while we're at it. Sorry. So.
We don't have a choice. Without help, this war's already over.
Forget it. Drop me off someplace.
Enough! Don't you think I'd rather stay and fight? We're going to the Citadel. You want out, you can catch a ride back from there.
Commander!
Joker, that you?
Alive and kicking. Got an emergency transmission from Admiral Hackett for you.
Patch it through.
Shepard, sustained heavy losses. The force was overwhelming. There's no way we can defeat them conventionally.
Anderson's already ordered me to the Citadel to talk to the Council.
First, I need you to... That's outpost on Mars. Or we lose control of the system.
Yes, sir.
Been researching the Frothian archives with Dr. Tassoni. We found a way to stop the Reapers. The only way to stop them. Contact soon. Hack it out.
So now we have to talk about the Crucible, which is the only way to stop the Reapers.
This is local.
Why Mars? What does he think we'll find there?
A super weapon
But if it helps us win this war,
that will magically beat the Reapers. Even though, actually, if you think about what the Crucible really is, it makes absolutely no sense that it can beat the Reapers, especially on the level that it does. Yeah, I'm not gonna... I like how in this last 6 months they had time to repaint the Normandy. I mean, millions on a galactic scale is really small. I'm just gonna be blunt about that, Meatfist.
I've been trying to reach Mars on secure channels. No one's answering.
any sign of Reaper activity?
Negative.
Nope, even though Mars is like a 5-second hop from Earth, which is currently being swarmed by Reapers, there's no Reaper force on Mars.
Roger that. Normandy out.
We're almost there.
In the interests of fairness, as always, there's some great visual design in this game. And I love the look of the storm oncoming. You can see the sandstorm on its way over.
Still no contact from the base, but we've got a massive storm headed our way.
How long till it hits?
Half hour tops. After that, we're gonna have difficulty keeping up comms with the Normandy.
Understood.
Listen, Eric, they can make good games. They just don't. Why don't you just do better? God. Sorry. Alright, hang on. I need to find this thing that's something that's wrong somewhere. I think what happened. Yep, there it is. There we go. Ahem. Is my autocorrect was a little bit aggressive. I'm just gonna do this. Screw it. There we go. Thank you, TSB. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for Firewatch. You got it. All right, so this is going to sound strange, but we need to decide if the sexification of women in Mass Effect 3 is a negative. And I know that sounds like such a strange sentence, but it's weird and out of place. And we need to decide this here because that's also going to affect the Dragon Age 2 review. Because we haven't seen it yet, really, because we're not playing a female, and we saved Caden. But normally we would already have interacted with 2 interactions of it, which is female Shepard and Ashley, both of which are definitely sexified. And I'm saying it that way on purpose, because there's specifics and people have analyzed the details, but it's really easy to see how different they look compared to the previous games. No, von Falkenstein, although I haven't reviewed Mass Effect Andromeda under this system, so I have no idea. So, question mark? Like, it's jarring. Yeah, then there's Chobat, and then there's, of course, Edie, which is honestly probably the most egregious example, is they take Edie and turn her into what we're going to see not that long from now. Well, that presumes that the Reapers have a goal, which, honestly, I don't think the writers even came up with a goal for the Reapers. So, we do have to decide this, because this is going to affect Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 is actually worse about this than Mass Effect 3. Dragon Age 2 is almost assuredly going to get a negative for this, just because of how ridiculous it is in Dragon Age 2. Like, there's a 60-year-old woman who has the body of a supermodel in Dragon Age 2, who's a regular character, for example. It's silly. But let's wait until we see Edie before we really decide. This is something we have to discuss. Oh yeah, let's level people here really quick. There's no precedence. This is the first time we've really done this. Although, actually, that's true. Tor kind of did that, too. But... Caden. Alright, so Caden, what can you do? Do I think it was EA's influence? I hesitate to blame EA for that. Because that's too easy of an answer. It's like blaming Activision for what Blizzard did, to use a direct comparison. I don't think it's just EA. Having said that, the entire gaming industry, for decades, has had a sexification problem. And I'm going to call it that, because that's what it is. For the record, I have nothing wrong with sexy. Anybody who knows me knows that. What I have a problem with is the sexification thing. Now, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole with this, but I hope that brief describer gets across what I'm talking about. Because, just, what? But anyways, what do I want you to do? I feel like I want to use Reeve here. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Red. That's a good way to put that. And since we did ding Mass Effect 2 for this, I think, actually, did we? I know I meant to. Let's look that up. Yeah, by the way, it's not just females. Did you see Vega? Now, I have seen people like Vega in real life, but do you know what is required to maintain a body type like Vega has? I'll give you a hint. It's not being in shape. That is not someone who's in shape. If I could diverge this for just a second. Vega bothers me. Geralt in Witcher 3 does not. I know I keep comparing this game to Witcher 3, but whatever. Geralt is someone who is actually very cut. Vega is someone who is on steroids. Yeah, Vega is not someone who got that way thanks to the harsh work and the physically active work of being a soldier. In fact, actually, hang on. Come on. Come here.
Okay. Understood.
Even his armor, God, even his armor just looks wrong. It's not as pronounced, of course, but still. Here, let me give you something awesome visual to look at.
Looks a lot bigger in person.
Pretty average for Mars, actually.
I'm glad you're so optimistic.
Lens flares!
Earth, the station here is offline. A little dust storm seems like the least of our worries.
Fair enough.
I don't give a crap about realism. I care about bad visual design. Vega looks ridiculous, and that's my overall point. Why is the sun purple? Is there a shifting thing that happens in Mars' atmosphere? Real question. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's get some really amazing visuals. Oh yeah. No, Hey, Retro Justice. If it doesn't make sense to you, Django, I have nothing else to add, because there's nothing else to add. You just look at him for 5 seconds, it's like, yep, no, that says everything it needs to. Do I think it would be better if Jacob replaced Vega? Yes! And I like Vega. But that would require that would require the writers to remember that Jacob existed. We'll get there. Vega is better than Mass Effect 3 Jacob. But then again, Iraq is better than Mass Effect 3 Jacob. And I know everyone memes on this, but I will say this before and I'll say this again. No matter how many jokes you make, no matter how many memes you say, it does not excuse the fact that they actually forgot about a character in their own franchise. That's bonkers bad. That is unacceptably bad. I mean, not even just a regular character. That's a freaking party member. There is no excuse there. Yeah, sorry, a party member who's also a romance option. Excuse me. That's... Oh yeah, so Zlartek points out something that we aren't showing off, obviously. So Liara beat the Shadow Broker all on her own, if we don't do that thing. And they did the Arrival mission without us because we didn't do it. This is going to sound like a really strange sentence. It is my honest opinion that games like this, of this exact format, where you not only have choices, but they're carried forward into future games, shouldn't have DLC. And I know that sounds like a weird sentence, but I mean that. They really, if you're going to have DLCs, what you have just done is you have just created a giant chasm in between player base for people who will buy and play it and for people who won't. And then when you do the next game, you have to acknowledge that. Now, I'm sorry, I should clarify my sentence because you're correct. You're correct in correcting me here. What I mean by that is there should be no story-relevant DLC. Nothing that actually changes anything or has any impact whatsoever on the story. But if you're actually going to add a DLC that is purely cosmetic, then at that point, why even frickin' bother, to be blunt? And if you're going to add a DLC which is just go hunt a few people to get some items, who gives a crap? Like, in both of those cases, I would say, why even bother with the effort, unless you're just trying to make any money? Now, what about expansions? Ironically, expansions have the exact same problem. Now, more people are likely to pick up an expansion, but the only way this is going to actually work out is if you do something like the Dragon Age Keep or the Mass Effect comic. That's how you actually make this work. What should have happened at the beginning of Mass Effect 3 is there should have been a damn comic. And so, you know, if you were importing a save which didn't do the Arrival and didn't do Lair of the Shadow Broker, then you could be like, here, choice, and do stuff like that. Now, Loke says there is a Mass Effect 3 comic. Citation needed? Because I didn't see one. And you've seen everything I've seen. Like, I've been on camera the whole time I fired up the game. So, either they got rid of it, or it's a new player-only kind of a thing. Because, again, we're reviewing this version of the game, which is why it doesn't get a dozen positives to gameplay. That's a good question, Jesse's Mask. But because Dragon Age Keep does not exist within the game, it will not count towards reviews. Yeah, sorry, when I say the comic, what I mean is the ability to choose your options. That's the only way I can see that working, is that there's a default thing where you fire it up and it says, you didn't do this DLC or you didn't do this expansion. Make your choices for what happens there and summarize the events. So, me. Either way, since I didn't see it and it's not here, I'm going to assume it doesn't exist. Specifically because of the fact that it wasn't here. Like, you saw it in Mass Effect 2, right? When we were reviewing Mass Effect 2, when we started up, it was like, would you like to see the comic about Mass Effect 1? And I was like, done. And that was awesome. No such thing in 3. Sorry, I'm getting way into the weeds here. Yeah, Mars has some decent... There's some good music in here. I need to write that down. Did I write down music? I did not. Music. To the rover. Yeah, rover. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, rover. Because you're not as good of a dog as... Who was it? You lied to me, Shadow Machine. You lied to me. Well, this is as far as I can go. This is the wall here. It's okay, we got half an hour. We're fine. Was Mass Effect 3 written by humans? You know... Not sure. Alright, let's actually level people, because I can't do this. Let's give it a little bit of AoE punch. Faster. Let's go prior, overload. More of that AoE fun. More of that recharge fun. Why does Vega have Carnage? Where do I hope it will be? Where do I hope it will be? Realistically, or, you know, I've conquered the world levels of bonkers. Let's actually tank him up. But that would make sense, Mr. Red. Thank you for looking that up. I mean, I get it. He's a Krogan, which is just hysterical when you think about it. Who's Kasumi? She's a DLC character. Well, hang on. I have a way to check this. Let's go to the main menu. Let's quit the game. We're done. We're done with this. The intro has beaten me. Combat difficulty is adjustable. Conversations play as cutscenes, so no dialogue. Customize your characters and choose dialogue. Oh, there's this auto level? Oh my god, that's an auto level. And then there's story. Customize your character, experience and control the interactive story without difficulty. These are all terrible options. Yeah, sure, whatever. God, that's ugly. No, we're a colonist. Screw Earth. We're ruthless. Okay, here it is. What are our options? Let's see here. Oh, that's terrible artwork.
I've already lost count of the days since they relieved me of duty. Strange how years of your life can just vanish in the blink of an eye. And in a flash, you got nothing but time. Time to reflect on everything that's happened. Hard to believe it's only been a few years since this all began. We were testing out the Normandy, Captain Anderson's new ship. I hit the ground with my lieutenant. Came across the lone. Ashley joined up with us. We followed the path. Lieutenant Anderson. They needed fugitives. My Anderson's Caden was a little concerned about the connection.
You caught all that, right? There's gonna be a test.
As commander, I knew either relationship had the potential to interfere with the mission.
So I had sex with Liara.
I told Thanks to I tried to and I was left. I couldn't take Sarah. I had to Rex wanted the general. I just couldn't believe he was already.
And then I killed Rex.
That was the
Then I killed Caden.
We followed the alliance. The council was the council took the cause. I didn't much like this. I gathered a few Normandy the pros in my community and exactly I already had to take time. I decided along the way. They only had there was no tried now things were going to the best ones. We had to we still Jacob when we only had gathered. We knew, but I went to the collect and made our we knew we had the battle. I wanted to use the mission. We stopped. We headed for.
Okay, so Genesis comic does exist. Yay! Did you get all that? You're paying attention because there's gonna be a test. That is positive worthy. We gave a positive for it in 2. We're giving a positive for it here. Hang on, let me pull up my precedents here. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure that wasn't in Mass Effect 3 when I played it. Probably because it literally wasn't. If they added that with the Wii U version. But I'm glad it's in the Legendary version, so... Credit where credit is due. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. There it is. There's the comic. There it is. Perfect. Yep, that's great. That's great. That's great. That's great. I hope you enjoyed all that because we're still only getting one ending out of it. Who lived? Why can't I skip this? There is no reason I should not be able to skip. I'm just going to Alt-Tab. Just to spite you, game. I'm just going to get rid of your audio because I hate you.
Commander.
You're not supposed to call me that anymore, James.
Not supposed to salute you either. We gotta go.
Okay, for real. Why can't I cutscene
Sounds
this?
important.
Oh, they marketed the crap out of it. It was all about Earth, too. All the marketing was all about, we've got to take back Earth. Take the fight to Earth. We've got to save Earth. Earthy, Earth, 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 Earth. I'm not trying to be negative.
Anderson?
I'm just succeeding at it because it was, for some reason, they really wanted to focus on the whole Earth thing. Why can't I skip any of this?
We'll get it sorted out.
What's going on? Why is everyone in such a hurry?
Admiral Hackett's mobilizing the fleets. I'm guessing word's made it to Alliance Command. Something big's headed our way.
I'm just mashing all 3 buttons.
We don't know.
All 3 buttons that move forward dialogue. Just waiting for it to let me start skipping things.
You know.
Tell that to the Defense Committee.
Oh, we could skip 1 line of dialogue. Did you see that? Did you see that?
They're just scared. None of them have seen what you've seen. You've faced down a Reaper. Hell, you spoke to one, then blew the damn thing up. You've seen how they harvest us, what they plan to do to us. You know more about this enemy than anyone.
That way they grounded me, took away my ship.
But...
You know that's not true. The shit you've done, any other soldier would have been tried, court-martialed, and discharged. It's
game? I'm still mashing. I haven't stopped mashing this entire time. This entire time. I'm just doing all 3 buttons at the same time. It's starting to strain my hand a little bit.
I don't need you to be
and I speedrun, for God's sakes. This is starting to be a strain.
Whatever the hell it takes to help us stop the Reapers.
Up, up, up!
Lieutenant Commander.
We can start skipping!
You hadn't heard.
No.
Sorry, ma'am. Didn't mean to keep you.
Okay, I know I've told this story before. But the first time I saw that woman, I didn't recognize her. I legitimately didn't recognize her. I was like, who is this?
I'm sure you had your reasons.
Until she started talking.
Yeah, I guess I did.
Look at her!
Good to see you. Admiral.
Come on.
Alright, hang on. We gotta get to a playable section. And then we can't skip again. Why?
UK headquarters. What is it? 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 What is
Okay, this is definitely a negative for unskippable, if it's this inconsistent with unskippable. Like, that's a decent quantity there. Wow. Of course. Hang on, you ready to fight or die? Because, you know, we fight or we die. Oh my god, there's something really impacting happening. We all have to go and inhale. Oh god. Hurt my own throat here. Just to really get this across, because we didn't see her in Mass Effect 2. Here's a direct comparison. Now, I get it, engine changes, but what? That just... What? As I have to point this out because engine changes is not a valid excuse. You know why? Because Anderson, who was right there, well, was right there a second ago, is still recognizable. Several characters are still recognizable. Ashley is just, huh? Who are you?
Landing zone. Anderson up.
No, we still can't skip. Alright, who's ready to fight or die? Yeah, Caden was frickin' still recognizable.
They're
Okay, so let's switch careers. So Braddock's, and go back over here. Okay, so hang on, Caden. I need to see her ass. Nope, nope. Hang on.
Affirmative.
It's hard to tell. We'll have to see him out of uniform.
Got it.
Okay. In the interest... I shouldn't say that. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that anymore. I don't have to defend myself anymore. This is a good change. This is the Skyrim here's where to go indicator, but fully optional. You have to hit a button to make that pop up, and it's pretty decent. Like, it allows you to... It does a good job of indicating where you should go in most missions. This is something that was missing in 2, if you remember, where there were several sections where it's like, where the hell am I going? So, that's good. I like that. I think I'll put that under HUD. I'll put that under low. Is there a map? That's a good question. Hitting map, the map button also does that, apparently. I mean, to be completely blunt, the map was a negative in both previous games. So the absence of a map is kind of a net positive. It would be nice if there was a real map, though. We'll see when we get to the Citadel, because, you know, two only had maps in town areas. We're not even at the intro yet, Zeros. If it makes you feel any better, we already have more than 10 gameplay positives. I'm just not sure how many it is exactly. Oh yeah, by the way, this is a really minor touch. Nah, I'm good. But, did you notice...
He's Alliance. Sergeant Reeves. Didn't put up a fight before he died.
Something's not right here.
Keep a low profile till we know what's going on.
So let me show you this. You see that? So, this is a micro change, but it's a good one. Something they decided to do was they decided to shrink the amount of time it takes to reload. Substantially, actually. It's like by almost half a second per reload. Which ironically almost gets rid of that particular relative relevance of ammo. But I consider that to be a good thing, because honestly, the super long reload times only works if you design gameplay around that, LMG, etc., etc. So, I think that's a good change, personally. I didn't actually equip the sniper, but yeah, I got it. We also have this button, which we can hit now. So get used to these guys.
Holy shit. They're executing them.
And yes, the human supremacists are executing humans, because of course they are.
They know we're here now.
Yes, this is button mashing for that. This is a burst. Oh, yep, no, that's still a burst. I'm right. I think I want to move this around. Hang on a second. Let's do that. That turret's going to be awesome later, I know, because I've played again.
Those guys were Cerberus, weren't they? Sure looked like it. Cerberus, what are they doing here on Mars? Good question.
Oh god, we haven't even talked about Cerberus yet.
If that's what you're asking. It wasn't, but you have to admit, it's a bit, convenient. Look out!
Yeah, what did they say at the end? Like 300 agents? Total?
Yeah, just a few vehicles. Must have had help from the inside. You could be right. No way they can take this facility with anything less than a full battalion.
Yep, in 6 months, they recruited an army that can hit the... Oh, God.
Shepard, I need a straight answer. About what? Do you know anything about why Cerberus is here? What makes you think I know what they're up to? You work for them, for God's sakes. How am I not supposed to think that? I used them to take down the Collectors. That's it. There's more to it. They rebuilt you from the ground up. They give you a ship. Resources. Let me be clear. I've had no contact with Cerberus since I destroyed the Collector base. And I have no idea why they're here now, or what they want. Commander Shepard's been under constant surveillance since coming back to Earth. No way they've communicated since. Sorry, Shepard. It's just that...
I do like the armors in 3. Just the visuals of it.
I shouldn't have to explain myself to you, Caden.
That was the Paragon choice, by the way.
Please, trust me.
I do, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
Because I've never done it before, Spartan. Hi, Liara. You know, I thought you were a total badass. Like, you had a whole DLC about that, even. I mean, you're no Samara. Okay. I hate her outfit, by the way. Like, that just does not look good on her.
Easy there, Lieutenant. She's with us.
Trigger discipline. Jesus, Vega, you're better than this.
Shepard, thank the goddess you're alive.
Liara.
I was worried when the reports came in. They hit Earth hard.
Yeah. It was hard to leave like that.
Caden, I'm sorry. But why'd you come here?
Hackett ordered us to come. Said you'd know what was going on.
I do.
Hallelujah. Some answers, finally.
Maybe. I've discovered plans for a Prothean device. One that could wipe out the Reapers.
Here on Mars?
In the Prothean archives, yes.
Thank you, Bragwin. Always. Let me, Bounty Hunter. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Now, let's talk for a second. Here, I'm so sorry. I really am. But this intro, which we're still in, by the way, has so many layers of bad that it needs this kind of dissection. So Liara, who is the Shadow Broker, no matter what you do, by the way, has been studying Prothean artifacts on Mars and has found one that can wipe out the Reapers. Sweet, Berberaz! Everything I just said is awful. Really. So, first of all, the Shadow Broker is personally here discussing this. Okay, that's... At least that can be explained away. Nothing necessarily terrible about that. But then we have the fact that she finds this super weapons plans and all that stuff on Mars. On Mars. I don't know how to explain how insane this is. So, we're just going to move past that. And they've never even... There's been no hint of this? No insight? No nothing? Just, you know... Also, for... hang on. Thank you. That's a good point, TSB. There's actually another layer of stupid here. Of all of the Prothean ruins which exist in the galaxy, of which there are many, by the way, including Ilos, which would have been a better shot for this kind of thing, which we've actually been back to, by the way. Yeah, she found a super weapon before we found water on Mars. Why, of all of the many places where the Protheans housed stuff, would they put the plans here? So, okay, so... Liara, Mars, okay, we've got those 3, actually, points out of the way. Then there's the fact... Yeah, Ilos would have made some sense. Imagine if this first mission wasn't on Mars, it was on Ilos. Granted, I would still have issues with this, but it would get rid of some of them. Then we move on to the fact that this is a Prothean superweapon that can kill all the Reapers. And those are 2 separate points. Because superweapons are superweapons, right? Historically speaking, superweapons usually don't actually win all that much. And they usually just tend up to be big, you know, bullseye targets and stupids. But at the least, the Death Star couldn't magically erase the Rebel Alliance from the entire galaxy like that. Right? But this is a super weapon, which is going to magically beat the Reapers everywhere. Hang on. One more problem. This is the thing that really gets to me, because I was thinking about this while we were going through 1 and 2. If 1 and 2 didn't exist, this would still be a negative. Like, if 1 and 2 never happened, and this is the first game of the series, which, hey, that's certainly what they seem to be thinking, this would still be a negative, because this is stupid. on every level. This is, oh god, we're being attacked by super death dooms. It's okay, we've got a button. Alright, I'm gonna fight the Reapers. This is still stupid, just on the face of it. But then you add in the fact that this has never been hinted at, or mentioned, or anything before this, ever. There's no build-up to this point. It comes out of absolutely nowhere. And there's no real precedence for this, because the one thing we know about the Protheans is that they lost. Now, I know they'll go on to describe a little bit more about the specifics of how this works, but this is still nonsense. That the last generation who lost were able to come up with something that could super win. Let's actually zoom in the camera here for a second, because let's talk narration. Let's talk narrative, excuse me. If there's a dying out race and they're being killed by the X, Y, or Zs, the X, Y, or Zs are like, wah, and the ABCs are like, no. And as a last-ditch effort, they do something. There's actually a trope for it. It's called fling a light into the future, right? They get some information or something that enables the next generation or the future generations or something to be able to do better in the future. If you're paying attention, that's exactly what happened in Mass Effect 1, which was actually a well-written point, if you're paying attention. Because in Mass Effect 1, what happens is the last few surviving Protheans on Ilos were able to get to interrupt the Citadel signal, right? So that when it was supposed to go off about 1,000 years ago, it didn't. That was the light that they flung into the future. It worked. It didn't magically beat all the Reapers. And that's why I keep focusing on that, because that is such a huge gap of quality in construction, in narrative, and sense-making. If the Protheans put all this time and effort into something that might be able to help them the next generation, that might work. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn does this too. But instead what happened is the Protheans somehow magically came up with an I win button. And I keep calling it that because that's literally what it is. Spoilers, in the ending, we press the button, and the button wins. It does. It's the war's over because we hit a button. Ugh. So. Oh yeah, also, if you don't, the next generation is. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. I don't think so either. I'm curious if it's going to have better gameplay, because I think it actually might. I've got some thoughts to jot. Speaking of which, I need to write some things down here. While I'm here. Okay, sorry. Alright. I'm trying to think of how to unpack everything I just said. Oh yeah, no, the good bits of Mass Effect 3 are going to get shotgunned with positives. Remember, we're still in the intro, which is one of the worst parts of the whole game. That's why we've been slow-moding this, is because this is so bad, we have to actually pause and discuss just how many issues there are here. Lol, Snake Eyes. Yeah, Tachanka is going to get a ton of positives, even for stuff we won't be showing. Same thing with Rannoch. And there are some other individual missions, too. In fact, we're doing one pretty soon. Yeah, Grissom Academy. That's going to be another one. Sanctuary probably will be, too. Okay, so... Oh, that's just mean-spirited, Sean. What does Mass Effect 2 and 1 have in Metacritic, Jesse's Mask, if you don't mind my asking? Does anyone remember? I think it was during the lore run, when I actually sat down and read one of the reviews on Mass Effect 3. It was from IGN, I remember this. Because what I found most amusing about it was that it literally had lines copy-pasted from the press release about Mass Effect 3 in the review about Mass Effect 3, which I'm never forgetting that. Never forget that that is the kind of review site that IGN is. Interesting, Jesse's Mess. Thank you for checking. And yes, Pika, as usual. Okay, I think that's everything for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We've known about the archives for decades. Why now?
Process of elimination, mixed with a little desperation.
That's not how that
When you
works.
destroyed the Alpha Relay, you bought us some time, but then you were under investigation. I knew I had to do something. Hackett knew it too. He contacted me, asking if I would use my resources as a shadow broker to find a way to stop the Reapers. My search led me here. Hackett got me access to the archives and kept me updated on your status. I meant to come see you, but...
You know, it's 6 months. I didn't have the time. Did I just lose the internet? Did I just lose the internet? Oh my god, I think I did. I did! Hang on. Yep, nope, internet be gone. Wow. Okay, that's cool. That means I can't update that anymore. But I can write this down from FMAL word. Didn't put it towards anything, but I'm grateful for it. Well, whatever. Let's just keep going while I wait for the internet to come back. It's this is how bad Mass Effect 3 is. It killed my internet.
I was under house arrest. Wasn't much I could do to help you anyway.
I suppose you're right. In any case, my work paid off. The archives are full of data, an overwhelming amount. I think I found what we need.
Which we've never seen or interacted with for some reason.
I guess I'll believe it when I see it. Where do we find this weapon?
It's not a weapon, not yet. It's plans for a device, a blueprint.
It's more than we had a minute ago. How do we get it?
The archives
Which we
are just across
don't know
that
what's going to
turnway.
do, but it's going to magically win
Assuming
everything.
Cerberus hasn't locked it down.
What are they after?
Yeah, they seem hell-bent on catching you.
They want what I'm here for. What we're all here for.
But why?
The Protheans came close to defeating the Reapers. They had plans to destroy them, but ran out of time.
Oh my god.
Anything powerful enough to destroy the Reapers?
Just might be something Cerberus would be interested in.
So it's a race to the archives.
You can tell because the exciting music just fired up.
We've got company.
Bring it on.
Not this time, James.
What?
Get back to the shuttle. If Cerberus beats us to the archives, I need you covering the exits.
But...
That should probably have been an option.
Now, Lieutenant.
So you can decide your party, you know? Sorry, there's no chat right now, so I'll just look up here. It would have been nice to be able to decide your party at this point, but instead...
We should take cover.
Just kind of forced to get rid of Vega.
Looks like they found us.
What is that dialogue? Do you know how to write dialogue? Have you ever interacted with another human being in your life? Is this a thing?
I can use Singularity to draw them out.
I didn't do it. Oh, you want me to... Okay.
Not a problem for someone with biotics.
Yep, that's cool. That's this. I get that this is a tutorial. This is a kind of a bad tutorial. Oh my freaking god! Okay, fine here.
That's all of them.
Well, let's at least level her really quick. Pure biotic. As opposed to I don't even know what. Let's go with let's actually boost Singularity a bit. You know what irritates me the most about her armor? It clearly accents her chest. I know you can say that all about a lot of armors, but it looks so uncomfortable in how it's designed. Like someone was like, how do we just put giant blinking signs pointing to her knockers? And that's what that is. Oh, speaking of which, I do need to add that negative. I've decided after some thought that I'm going to give that negative because all I have to say about that is Isabella. Right, I can't give negatives right now because I have no internet. Negative to boobs. You know what I mean. Here, we'll jot that down. Alright, what do we got? Let's make that more AoE. And make it faster, and then we'll back off for now. We also definitely want warp. Yep, we want to combo it up a bit with her. And ammo. Oh, hey, I level 2. What do I need? 6 for the last one? Yes, okay.
Let's find a way up.
Hey, we found a way up. At least this game's fun to play.
They've sabotaged the elevator.
There's gotta be another way up. How'd Cerberus get into the facility?
Not sure. One minute we were getting reports of the Reaper invasion. The next, there was chaos. Didn't even realize it was Cerberus at first.
Could they be working with the Reapers?
Doubtful. But I suppose anything's possible.
Yeah, why would Cerberus work with the Reapers? That would be insane. Also, I don't mean to niggle, but how did you get reports on the invasion when the invasion was going so quickly that the people being invaded weren't getting reports of the invasion? Oh, hey, the internet just came back. Hopefully the OBS will reconnect soon, and then we can be live again. Cancel it now. Whoop, 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 whoop. So, hopefully... Uh-oh.
We're still on cleanup duty. Yeah. So look out.
Oh no, grenade! It's okay, I got one of those too. I'm also gonna hit the wrong button because I'm just that stupid. Cool. Hi everyone, again. Don't worry, you just heard me complaining about boobs.
We'll need access to the pedway. Controls should be nearby.
And, you know, bad storytelling. Oh, speaking of which, I can write down that negative now. Negatives. Woo.
Shepard, see if you can gain access to the pedway. I can't seem to unlock the live feeds, but...
Did you see that? Who's that woman in the vid?
She's so sexy. Like, distractingly so.
She got here about a week ago. Any luck?
Pedway's been locked out.
Alright, looks like there's construction nearby. We can get out on the roof. We can find a way around from there.
Great. Let's move.
Yep, infiltrators need to be as sexy as possible, so they can be as stealthy as possible. Yeah, that storm's getting close. I mean, we've been here for like an hour at this point.
What the hell? Looks like the Alliance is still putting up a fight.
That tram heads to the archives. Once Cerberus is across, they're at the final...
Commander, you read me?
Barely. Storm's causing interference.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've lost contact with the Normandy. What's your position?
I didn't read that. James, repeat.
This airlock shouldn't be open.
Doesn't look like it was forced open.
No, you have to override security protocols. Someone vented the air from this room while they were still here.
Looks like they died trying to claw their way out.
This is brutal, even by Cerberus standards.
Well, yeah. Who the hell is this woman messing in my files? Get her out of here. I won't have my system messed up by some wannabe expert who'll be gone next week. Damn strangers who think they know all about it but don't really care about what we're trying to achieve here. Dr. Eva, seriously, don't you remember what happened last time? I love flashlights in video games. They're so useless. Like, if I do this right now, it's actually easier to see than if the flashlight's up.
What's our order? There's an Alliance force in here somewhere. We need to keep them away from the core. Check the next room.
Yeah, no, I think putting acid into people's veins is a bit more, you know, severe than suffocating people to death, Liara. But I can't expect you to remember that after all, you were only there for that. In some timelines. Right behind Elden Ring. No comment.
We need to pressurize the room first.
Oh yeah, gotta count. Oh, you missed 3 earlier when I was offline, Lord Aramont. So we're up to 6.
Hey, there's a recording of what happened here.
Security station. Come in. We're seeing some odd activity down here. Our security protocols just kicked in. Everything's locked down. Doctor, I'll get you a report as soon as...
I guess we know how Cerberus got in.
I should have realized it when I met her. I was just so focused on finding a way to stop the Reapers.
Stopping the Reapers is the only thing we should be focused on. It's not your fault.
But what if we're wrong? What if there's no way to stop them? What if these are our last days and we spend them scurrying around trying to solve a problem we can't fix?
That sounds like an interesting story, which of course this is not.
I shouldn't think that way. I don't know how you do it. You've always stayed focused even in the worst situations.
Well, you see, Liara, we fight or we die.
When there's so much at stake, I just think about what I'd lose if I fail.
That's a terrible burden.
We'll stop them, Liara. Together.
Thanks, I want to believe you. Okay, doors open. We can get to the labs and tram station through there.
I love you, Liara.
Good.
Platonically. And in no other way. Because you're taken by my alternate self from another timeline. Look, it's complicated, okay? I don't like hopeless stories. That doesn't make them bad. It just means I don't care for them. Okay. I like this system. I like the system so much I'm going to show off a little bit since we're an engineer and primarily a caster. The weight system is legit. And I mean that. So the way this works, this is super cool. You can equip all kinds of stuff here. Check it out. We can equip... I mean, I only have, like, the sniper rifle and a couple of other things. But you can equip this stuff. It changes your weight. The weight changes how fast your abilities come out. This is an awesome system because it allows you to mix and match as a gradient in between guns, abilities, and anything in between. Now, this really shines... Hey, we've got an ass. This is really shining in the multiplayer, but it is still a system in the single player. And this, once again, ties into the builds gameplay that Mass Effect 3 is going for. Awesome. Plus to gameplay. I love steaks, Liara. I love steaks so much. See, I usually go with a variant depending on what I'm playing. Like my Vanguard build, I usually go with full 200%. With my Soldier, I try to be a little bit in between because I don't actually need that many guns in a Soldier. And I want to have Adrenaline Rush as much as often, but I also want to have some of the heavier guns available and more than one for different scenarios, so it depends on what I'm playing. Again, most of my experiences with this is in the multiplayer, but there is still in between, and I like that. Infiltrator, you say that, Black Malkin, and I don't disagree with you. I just personally disagree, if that makes sense. I prefer gun gameplay in a game that's a shooter, so I like to have shooting abilities, even when I'm playing a class that has spells. Just my personal take on that. But anyways. And the fact that they've added more abilities per class also helps. I will give you that. And yeah, it's all personal preference, which is the whole point. My whole overall point, the whole thing I love about this is the fact that it's on you. How do you want to play it? So, I am going to get rid of that. I am going to keep the Shuriken for now. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to keep... I don't want the Avenger. Let's get rid of... I'm tempted to keep the Mantis for right now. But I think we'll actually keep the Predator. Do I have any mods right now? No, I do not. So I am going to go full 200% because Engineer, I'm still kind of trying out Engineer. We'll see how we think of that as we go. You can also set them up in a similar manner. I don't think it changes their weight, it just changes which guns they have access to. So we'll see what we think of being a caster this time around, because that's kind of how I'm going to want to play this. And I hopefully will not forget and constantly shoot. I want to ask how you're doing, since I hear you guys are propagating germs in the shape of a coal down there in storage. Look, I know your Prothean doodads are fascinating and all, but you guys have got to stop burning the midnight oil and keep sleeping regular hours, honestly. Anyway, I forwarded your latest findings to HQ on Earth, and oh god, someone's depressurizing the area. Ward security! To death. That is a fast cooldown. I like that. So, shield guys. There are many different types of enemies in this game. This is probably going to be a triple enemy variety game. And each faction of enemies usually has at least one enemy that's just really irritating. And for Cerberus, for me, that's the shield guys. I hate the shield guys. That being said, I love to snipe them, as in with a sniper, in between the little slot. That's really satisfying to get across. Just right in there. Punk! Love it. Hi, Hazardous. Yeah, I know, 2 external specialists in the same week is a bit insane, but Hudson, I've heard about the Asari before. She's really well known. She's done some research on the Protheans. I don't know about the zip about the Dr. Eva chick, but Liara Tassoni, she's the real thing. I'm attaching some of her papers on Prothean culture. Read them. You'll be a believer too when you're done. I can't wait till they introduce her to people. This is so exciting. Yeah, Biotics apparently also pulls. I think it's literally pull can rip the shield out of their hands or something like that. And that's another relevant thing. I hate to praise this game's gameplay more. Wait, no I don't. But you'll notice how there is still definitely some enemy design going on here, because even the shield guys have multiple ways that you can push through them. You can literally, so anytime they take enough damage, just raw damage, they'll stagger for a minute, which then gives them a vulnerability thing. Not a big vulnerability window, but they'll like stagger and, you know, some of their head and some of their feet will be exposed. Or you can shoot through the slot, or you can use anything that does, I think it's, they literally track it as newtons in this game. So like concussive shot, or there's something else I forget, but it pushes. Anything that pushes will make them go, huh. And of course, biotics and engineering abilities can also rip and pull them out. So we have multiple ways of opening them up for attacks, and it's all just with a single enemy who, their entire AI cycle is designed around them getting right up in your face, too. That's what the shield guys like to do. Because they only have the one gun, and it doesn't do that much damage, but they will advance and advance and advance and pressure you, trying to push you out of cover so the other people can actually kill you. It's all brilliant, and I love it. Like I said, this game's going to get some serious positives on the AI design, because holy crap. Enemy design and enemy variety. Now, there are some enemies which can go straight to hell, but we haven't seen those yet. We'll talk about those as well. Not to shoot. It's actually harder to do than I thought it would be. We'll get there, we'll get there. Also got... Oh, I guess not. Never mind. Sorry. I thought they were going to introduce a third enemy. You see how he staggered? Incinerate does it too. Which is still keeping track, Lord Harrimont? I forgot to loot something. Nope, I'm wrong. I thought I saw something to loot. Oh well. Also, running is less stupid because there's... So, in Mass Effect 2, running was irritating to the point where I basically didn't do it. Or if I did it on accident. In Mass Effect 3, you can actually freaking run. Just run. You can just run. There's no running 10 feet and then running out of energy. And of course, the way I know that is because, I hate to keep saying this, the multiplayer. Because in the multiplayer, in several cases, you really want to reposition very quickly. Unfortunately, the same key problem is definitely still here.
God, what's that stench?
They just activated the decontamination protocols.
With the staff still inside.
Yeah. Obviously.
This is where they studied the various relics unearthed here.
What did they find?
More than I could describe in a short conversation. And they'd only scratched the surface. There are vaults filled with Prothean data troves that have never been studied.
Why? Keep in mind, this makes even less sense when you consider that until about 2.5 years ago in lore, everyone thought all this super tech, including the relays, was all Prothean tech. Anyways. Oh, FM Aylward. If you're still there, do you know what you want to put that sub towards? You subbed right before I lost internet connection earlier. And since you're now here to see me say it, thank you for the sub. Unfortunately, I still have to execute you. I'm joking. As I talked about Lord Harriman a couple of days ago, I do think that redefining the Reapers would have been a better solution than Thanosing all of them out of existence. We haven't been able to decipher much, if any, of the language yet, but the visual documentation gives us some ideas of what they were studying, namely us. They seemed particularly interested in early humanity's evolutionary process, judging by the way they organized their files and highlighted specific occasions. Seems a bit fantastic to write this, but everything indicates they seem to be trying to chart the curve of humanity's intellectual progression. That's true, and that's just making a good point, Lord Harriman. Just because you do something doesn't make it good or bad. It's how you do it. Oh, God, please don't remind me about the Leviathan.
No doubt Cerberus has it locked down. Hopefully we can override it at the security station. It's just through here.
Thank you, Lord Firestorm. I do always appreciate. I know the list is rather large, but it's okay. I have a concept called Dealer's Choice, and I can do that. So, put it towards a game I think will score most different from public opinion. I'll think about that later. Ironically, that might have been Mass Effect 1 earlier, which scored just barely above average overall, which I'm pretty sure has lost me every viewer that I've ever had. So, for those of you who are now watching, welcome to the show. My name's the Lore Runner. I don't deliberately give unpopular opinions, it just kind of happens. Psychonauts 1. Yeah, that's another one. I mean, I still think that has 1,000 problems with it, Latario, but, you know, that's better. Can she not equip? Can he not equip shotguns? Seriously? Oh, whatever. Which one's that? That's the katana. Not right now. Well, I've heard some people say my name as Arkangia.
That's an understatement.
I take it that's the only way in.
It's the only way I know of.
We'll skirt around. Stay out of its sights.
I'll move up first. Don't let it target you.
How are you? Okay. Oh, this is the run tutorial.
Watch it.
Hello? This is what running is. Whoa, that was some rip. Did you see there? Watch this. Oh, it didn't do it that time.
Damn it.
Yeah, that was some seriously sticky cover.
Stay in cover, Shepard.
Oh, okay. Cavernous. Thank goodness this is all late. Look at the layout of this room for a second. Also, this is like a tool shed. How is this resisting these bullets? I know. Remember in Mass Effect 2 when a couch resisted their bullets? That was funny. We're out of the tank. Okay. The last location seems to have run dry, but judging from the communication system layout and backup power supplies equipped by the first Prothean research base we discovered, we think a secondary base may be located deeper underground. We're going to need permission from the powers that be to excavate further, but considering the recent renewal and enthusiasm for the work we're doing, I don't think clearance will be an issue. Remind me what the plot helmet is, Plutonium.
Set up a perimeter. No one else comes across.
We still have teams on the other side.
No one. And shut down those cameras.
Looks like they've made it to the archives.
And I doubt they'll just send us a tram.
Can you override it?
The archives are on a separate network. We're completely locked out.
Not if we can find a short-range communicator, helmet to helmet.
And?
And we convince them that we're on their side. Tell them the Alliance forces have been taken care of.
Good idea. See what you can find. What?
The Major has become very capable.
Agreed.
Commander, I found something.
That's it?
What have you got?
He's got a transmitter in his helmet. If I can... My God. Looks like a husk.
Yeah, not quite. But they've definitely done something to him.
And by they, you mean Cerberus? They did this to their own guy? Is this what they did to you?
How can you compare me to him?
Shepard, I don't know what you are, or who. Not since Cerberus rebuilt you. For all I know, you could be their puppet, controlled by the elusive man himself.
That's not fair, kid.
Don't try to explain it. I don't think I'd understand anyway. I just want to know, is the person that I followed to hell and back still in there? Somewhere.
No. Because I'm secretly a woman.
They didn't change me, Caden. But words won't convince you, will they?
Probably not.
I didn't think so. You were always stubborn.
Me?
Come on, let's see what Cerberus is up to. Maybe we'll both get some answers.
I'm mostly irritated by this.
This is Delta Team.
Because it already happened in 2.
Where the hell have you been? Never mind, what's your status?
We're at the tram station, waiting for extraction. All hostiles terminated.
Roger that. Echo Team will ride over and secure the station.
Think they bought it?
If they didn't, they'll figure it out soon enough.
We should get in position. Flank them when they get off the tram.
Good thinking, Major.
That's interesting. Okay, it looks like they are doing it. Let's say I actually have that option on.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna let me... Okay, there we go. We're still in tutorial land here.
Understood. Here they come. Understood.
Here they come, understood. Yeah, no kidding, Lothario. Like I said, we're still in the intro, as I pointed out earlier. We don't leave the intro really until Citadel. Which we'll talk about when we get there.
Storm's getting bad.
Didn't Dragon Age Origins have the plot helmet option? Or am I misremembering?
That and a squad of angry Cerberus troops.
Yes, it confirms my assertions about the value of the data stored here.
Oh yeah, we no longer have the mod on for Tali's face, so we'll see what it looks like. I'm sure it'll look wondrous. Engineer. Probably for the first time, really. Like, I've got a turret, which I can place strategically. So there's a bit of, you know, tactics on that, like throwing a turret behind a guy with a shield. I like having that guy. That's my pressure. I've got a freeze. I've got a burn. And the two interact properly. I know what you meant, Pika. We won't see it, of course, but I doubt it's going to be much better anyways. I think I will actually switch to that, so let's get rid of this. Get the Vindicator in there. Yeah, this is the burst fire automatic. My personal favorite assault rifle. I'm gonna call you Tom.
Shepard.
Elusive man.
Fascinating race, the Protheans. They left all this for us to discover, but we squandered it. The Alliance has known about the archives for more than 30 years. And what have they done with it?
What do you want?
What I've always wanted. The data in these artifacts holds the key to solving the Reaper threat.
I've seen your solution. Your people are turned into monsters.
Hardly. They're being improved.
Improved?
That's what separates us, Shepard. Where you see a means to destroy, I see a way to control, to dominate and harness the Reaper's power. Imagine how strong humanity would be if we controlled them.
Earth is under siege, and you're hatching a scheme to control the Reapers?
You've always been short-sighted, hasty. Your destruction of the Collector base proved that.
That base was an abomination. Hundreds of thousands of humans were murdered.
None of that is why we destroyed it.
This isn't your fight any longer, Shepard. You can't defeat the Reapers, even with the Prothean data.
Yeah, they can't be beaten conventionally. We've talked about that.
Work with me. Give me control of your resources, and I'll stop them.
You'd do better than most, but the odds aren't in your favor. More importantly, I don't want the Reapers destroyed. We can dominate them, use their power, harness their very essence to bring humanity to the apex of evolution.
You've gone too far. The Reapers will kill us all if we don't stop fighting each other.
I don't expect you to understand, Shepard, and I'm certainly not looking for your approval. You were a tool, an agent with a singular purpose, and despite our differences, you were relatively successful.
Oh, hey, who's that?
But like the rest of the relics in this place, your time is over.
Enough talk. Liara.
Don't interfere with my plan, Shepard. I won't warn you again.
Duly noted.
Shepard,
What?
the data, it's not here. It's being erased.
Goodbye, Shepard.
Damn it. How's he doing it?
It's local. Someone's uploading the information.
Hey, step away from the console. Now. She's got the data.
She's faster than she looks.
Stay close. We can't lose her.
She has an ass. You know how I can tell? Because you can tell when we're 20 feet behind her. Yeah, also, this is a very scripted chase sequence, so that's cool.
There she is.
Stay on her.
She's getting away.
Yeah, there's some really bad rubber banding on this chase. I poked around at it a couple of times. Notice how I'm just walking now? She's just... like, this is... I'm almost keeping pace with her. Just walking. And you obviously can't catch her. That's ridiculous. Notice how she just... so, it's probably not obvious there, but watch her legs relative to how they're moving and where she is. And you'll notice that in some sections, she literally speeds up so that she takes a step which is like 10 feet wide. Stuff like that.
Radio the Normandy. Get the
And she literally teleports occasionally, like she just did twice. Did you notice how it prevented me from going up there? Like, literally stopped me from going up the ladder.
Damn it. James. Normandy. Anybody.
Thanks, Vega.
I got this one.
Appreciate ya. Really got us all killed, but you know. I mean, unironically, that's probably the first bit of characterization Vega's gotten in the whole game.
Normandy's en route. They'll be here soon.
Whether that's good, bad, or in between, that's up to you, but he hasn't been a character up until there. So, how many of you watched The Terminator, the first film?
Orders?
dispose of him.
No, Caden. My one true love. Caden.
Grab that thing. Bring it with us.
Shepard, we got Reaper signatures in orbit.
Oh, now the Reapers are showing up.
Caden.
Oh, by the way, Tom stands for the obtuse man. Oh yeah, and actual Reapers are here now. They weren't here earlier because... So I didn't... You can't tell this, of course, Blade Cheval, but my hand was on the mouse because I kind of thought there was an interrupt there, and obviously there wasn't. So that's the end of the intro, finally. What a freaking whirlwind. God damn. Let's try to get to some actually good gameplay.
Caden needs medical attention.
No,
We have to leave the Sol system.
Liara, why are you telling me this? Why do I need this to be told?
We can find help there.
Get us to the Citadel, Joker.
Roger that.
Hold on, Caden. See what you and Edie can learn from that thing.
I mean, yeah, Shepard has to be told this.
I'm receiving a signal over the secondary QEC. I believe it's Admiral Hackett.
Patch me through.
I'll forward it to the comm room.
Shepard, are you reading me? Commander.
Edie, can you clear this up?
I'll do my best.
Did you get to the archives?
I was there. So was the elusive man.
I was worried Cerberus might try something. Did you get the data?
Most of it. He downloaded some before I could stop him. Edie and Liara are analyzing what we recovered.
What have you learned? Was it worth the effort?
Preliminary evidence suggests the data is a blueprint for a Prothean device.
Device?
We call it the
A
Crucible.
weapon, massive in size and scope, that's capable of unquantifiable levels of destruction.
Yep.
Send me the data. We'll do our own analysis. If Liara's instincts are right, this might be the key to stopping the Reapers.
I hope so. Major Olenko was critically injured. We're taking him to the Citadel.
Sorry to hear that, Shepard. But we both know this is just the beginning. Talk to the Council, show them what you found. With luck, they'll give you all the support we need.
And if they don't?
Do whatever it takes to get them on board. I'll be in touch soon. Hack it out.
Commander. Edie is extracting data from the Cerberus machine. We'll have details to present to the Council by the time we reach the Citadel.
And Major Olenko?
I've done what I can for him, but we need to get him to a medical facility soon. The Admiral's right. It's going to get worse, isn't it? I've looked at the data. This
Prophetic.
weapon is the answer if we can build it. I get the sense you don't quite believe it, though.
Oh my god. Oh my god. By the way, Vigilant, I never commented on this. I saw your tweet about the Lion King plot. That got a big laugh out of me. I shared it with all my friends, too. Oh, God, this is so funny. Oh, my goodness. Let me make sure the HUD's up to date here. I've got a bunch of question marks into the gameplay side of things. It just came out, Hourglass. We're just playing it for the first time. Thank you for the sub, Hourglass. If you want to put that towards something. Oh, please let me know. That's a good question. So bad it's good is something we've given positives for before. I'm gonna leave that one up to the board because that's kind of a consensus thing. Okay, so we're up to here, here, and there. Oh, and here. There you go. That's the HUD up to date right now.
You didn't see what they did to Earth. How is one weapon supposed to stop them?
What are our options? You know we can't win this conventionally. Commander? Isn't it worth trying at least?
I'm gonna check on Caden and James. Make sure we're ready to present our findings to the Council.
They were all written by different writers, Umbral Magnus.
It'll be a hell of a short war if they don't.
You know what's always bothered me about Mass Effect 3? Okay, a lot of things, but you know what another thing that always bothered me about Mass Effect 3? It wanted to be a typical RPG, but also be about, like, this horrific war of Death Doom. And the two things don't match each other at all. I'm going to give this a negative, by the way. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Because there's side quests. I don't mean, like, the optional, the primary optional stuff. I mean genuine, honest-to-God side quests while the Reaper invasion is working. That...
Barely got a pulse here.
Move him out.
Where are you taking him?
Where to Memorial. Best care in the Citadel.
We're not going with?
We need to see the Council.
Yeah, come on, Vega.
Right.
You aren't an idiot. I swear to God. You're supposed to be an N6.
Looks like they might be coming to see you.
Commander Shepard, got word you were arriving.
Captain Bailey, good to see you again.
Yeah, you too. Though it's Commander now.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Now half my job is dealing with political bullshit and escorting dignitaries around. No offense.
None taken. So, you're here to bring us to the Council?
I was actually just thinking about that, Lord
The
Harriman.
Council is expecting you, but they are dealing with their own problems with the war and everything. They apologize for the inconvenience and blah, 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 blah. Meet them here at Udina's office. They'll be ready soon enough.
All right.
You might have time to go by the medical center if you want to check on progress over there.
Thanks. I might do that.
You go on ahead. I'll head up to Adina's office.
One of my men can show you the way. You?
I'm just a tourist today. I'll try not to get in any trouble.
Commander, we've got a situation in the embassy quarters. We could use your help.
Your ear's a bit
I'll be
further in, Bailey.
The other half of my job. I'll see you around, Shepard.
No doubt.
See, I have no memory of the tonal disconnect bothering me in Dragon Age Origins. But then again, Dragon Age Origins is a lot less badly emphasized, if that makes any sense. The Darkspawn are encroaching. You will actually lose access to certain areas, and the random encounters change, and the map changes as you're doing it, right? But even ignoring that, the Darkspawn threat is the very, very beginnings of a localized invasion. This is, the Reapers are currently here, and also they've already wiped out the human home fleet, and are currently processing millions of people every day on Earth. I feel like there's a distinction between the two. I think the severity changes the tone a bit. But that is a good point, and we will have to discuss this when we do a proper review of Dragon Age Origins. Yeah, the Reapers are on Palavan. Like, let me rephrase this. Let me restructure this. If Dragon Age Origins had, like, Ferelden currently being swarmed by the Darkspawn, and like they're in the major cities, they're in Denerim, they're in there, then and you're doing side quests, then that would bug the crap out of me. Does that make sense? I'm probably explaining this badly. Thank you, Unicorn Scotch. Always much appreciate. Much obliged. I will put that towards Arkham Origins if I could Alt-Tab correctly. There we go. Oh yeah, should we recruit Diana Allen or whatever her stupid name is? Okay.
You don't have to. Commander Shepard.
Oh my god. Have you never voice acted in your life?
What's going on here?
Commander, just who I was looking for. Diana Allers, Alliance News Network. I think we can help each other.
I don't have the greatest track record with reporters.
I know, and it hasn't exactly endeared you to a galactic audience, but that can change. I'm a military reporter with the show called Battle Space. We're carried on just about all Council planets. My producers want me embedded on a human ship, and I want that ship to be the Normandy.
Why would I want that?
Wars can be won or lost in the editing room, and this war needs to be won. I've got Alliance security clearance and operate without a crew. You get veto power over the segments I file. Can you handle an arrangement like that? Or do I keep looking?
Okay, so she's getting a negative right off the bat for her actress. Because holy crap.
Tell your producers yes, for now. We'll see how it works out. Report to the ship as soon as possible. Any questions?
How much gear can I bring?
1 foot locker.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Now, I don't know if it's because she's a bad actress or because she had bad voice direction. I have no knowledge of that. But the performance is terrible. War asset acquired.
The Alliance military has abandoned the Hades Gamma cluster to incoming Reaper forces. Intel suggests that the entire Batarian hegemony has been destroyed.
Okay, first deployment is somewhere near Palavan. Reports say not to depend on comms.
I'll leave vid messages then, and you can do the same.
Well, they said that due to concerns about signal congestion, we're supposed to avoid sending messages at all. They're trying to keep war data coming through, so every data packet counts.
So how am I supposed to talk with you then?
I don't know. Let's walk away for a minute and then walk back to get the rest of that conversation. Oh god, it's not even letting me do the Mass Effect 2 thing. Oh god, it's actually worse than Mass Effect 2. Pretty skybox. Yep, nope, that, okay. Of those, I would immediately pick Hitman 1 and 2, comma. Followed shortly by Uncharted, comma. Then Metal Gear 5, comma. Then Gotham Knights, period. In order of priority, period. Sorry, my brother-in-law is asking me gaming opinions. He's thinking about purchasing something. I mean, that's valid, Lataria. That's super valid. Super valid. But if that's true, then the Reapers aren't that strong, are they? It's just going to keep bouncing again. It's just going to keep out. I'm going to stop talking about it, because it's a non-stop cavalcade of the Reapers are super powerful and destructive, and they're destroying everything. All right. Everything's back to normal. We're going to talk. We're going to chat. We're going to have a party. We're going to do some side quests. And now the Reapers are destroying everything. They want both tones. They actively want both tones. And and you can have your cake and eat it too. This is not how you do it. But I'm just going to jot that down right now. Tonal whiplash.
Welcome, Commander Shep. One moment, please.
Yeah, Yakuza, that's how you do tonal whiplash. This is just whatever.
Welcome to Cirta.
Thank you for coming to Cirta. How can we help you?
Thank you for shopping.
The council called the invaders Reapers. The same
I mean, you're right, Kay. Ironically, this was probably something that they couldn't really avoid with what they wanted.
Patient stable for now.
That was touch and go. Good work, Dr. Freilich.
Narrow splint's still the best course of action.
I'll see if we have the required spatial bindings. Meet you back here.
Hi, Doctor. Didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Well, we need to prescribe you another round of antibiotics.
For when I ship out?
I have some bad news. Your squad applied the Metagel correctly, but infection had already set in by the time they found you. I'm sorry. I'm afraid we have to remove your leg below the knee.
What? But... I don't understand. It doesn't even hurt.
It would if we took you off the painkillers, Lieutenant.
Now, there's some good individual moments here and there. I actually like this little side story with the guy who's losing his leg. It's a shame I can't walk away and then come back and then walk away and come back to get you this side story, because this was programmed by monkeys. I need to look up my review on Mass Effect 2 really quick to see where we gave that. I think we put it under story. Because we've actually already given this negative. We gave it to the run back and forth dialogue, right? But it was a lot less frustrating in Mass Effect 2 because it was only in a couple of areas, and you could literally go over and then come back and then just advance the story this way. Here we have to save in quick load or just come back periodically and every time we come back to the Citadel, which is just whatever. So let me check here. Pretty sure it's mechanic. Yep, there it is. The walk-by conversations. Yep. Storytelling mechanics. That's under story. Now, because I actually want to hear this conversation...
You can replace my leg, right?
Yes, but clone tissue replacement takes months. You'll need a prosthetic.
Oh, no.
I highly recommend talking to our resident psychiatrist before the operation.
Hang on, let me hit the wait button in a Bethesda game. It's the equivalent of what I'm doing here.
Okay, I need surgery, but when can I get back to the front?
You're not.
What?
You have extensive nerve damage. Once we remove the leg, we can't install a prosthetic for at least 5 weeks.
I told my squad I'd fly back next week.
I'm sorry, but that's impossible.
Actually Mass Effect 5, and probably not Pika. Probably TSB.
I'm not sitting out this war in a bed.
Lieutenant, listen to me. If you go back with a missing limb, you'll just be a burden to your squad mates.
I'd never drag down my team.
Then the greatest favor you can do them is to rest after your operation.
You mean when you slice my leg off?
May I recommend an hour with our psychiatrist?
I'll think about it.
I've known vets who've had to limbs. It's an interesting thing.
Hi, Doctor. Didn't expect to see you again so soon.
Well, we need to prescribe...
And that's looped. Okay.
For when I ship out.
Yeah, the irony is, in all honesty, it should probably be pretty easy to replace that leg, but the nerve damage, that's a little more problematic. No, absolutely, Hourglass. This game will guaranteed get quite a few story positives. Like I said earlier, I have no idea what the score is going to be for this game. There's all kinds of options here.
Hey, Caden. Don't know if you can hear me.
Ashley,
But since you can't tell me to get the
I
hell
think it's
out,
weird that you don't have a shirt on right now.
take my chances.
Hang on, sorry. Pull something up here.
Don't die, Caden. You've got to fight. We need you in this. Seeing you in action again, it reminded me you're a hell of a soldier. The Alliance could sure use you. I could use you. You need anything, Doc, let me know. Come on, Caden. Fight.
We need to make you a Spectre, Caden. The first human Spectre.
And that's an order.
According to the Council, these galaxy-wide patients with nullified their conditions may be asked to transfer to our medical center as a tier award. The Council called the invaders Reapers, the same term once used by a disgraced Commander Shepard to refer to a theoretical enemy. The Alliance military has abandoned...
Welcome, Commander Shepard. One moment, please. Now arriving at Presidium Embassy.
Please tell the Primacy that the Vol Protectorate wishes to assist with the Alliance project. We had a Prothean obelisk that might have helped. Sadly, it was lost in the Shrike Abyssal. Nevertheless, we are committed to helping both the Turian Empire and the Human Alliance.
He's not there yet, or at least I don't think he is. So, that's a side quest in this game. And this is the quest log in this game. Here, no. I know there's another one here.
According to the Council, these galaxy-wide attacks are part of a massive and
Hello,
organized...
dear. Perhaps you can help me. I'm looking for my son.
But we spoke about this already. I told you about his mission and...
Nonsense. I just filled out the paperwork. He's very punctual when he's on the field. He checks in every week. Only, he hasn't checked in for a while now. A month. Anyway, I'd like to file an expedited contact request.
Yes, of course, ma'am. But the notes on his file state he's not under a contact ban.
Oh, you already looked. How kind of you. I'm just so worried. It's not like him to go quiet for so long.
As soon as I get news, ma'am, I'll let you know as soon as I get news.
Thank you. You're such a nice young woman. You know, you remind me of my daughter-in-law.
Stuff like this is legit, by the way. This is not the only conversation. In fact, this is actually the second one we've had so far. And there are several really good side conversations, mostly on the Citadel. I'm going to try to show off as many of them as I can, because it's where the writing's actually worth a damn. Yeah, there's those little snippets, like they wanted their war story, and they wanted little snippets of what it's like to live under wartime. And they actually succeed at it in these particular things. So, hey, credit. I don't know what to call this. Yeah, there's a crisis for you. All right, congratulations. You're taking care of an old woman who has a minor form of dementia. Her son is dead, and the apocalypse is here. Have fun. Oh, I agree. There really should be no... To quote I said earlier, the reason there's a ground war in this game is because it's a shooter. Although, if they did that less Reapers, one Reaper per planet just sitting there thing, you could have shooter elements, fighting husks and, you know, the Reaper forces, and of course the indoctrinated. Just saying. There's ways to make this stuff work. That's one of the things that frustrates me so damn much. Is I understand why you screwed up the writing, but you can make this work. It's a puzzle. I keep saying this. It's a freaking puzzle. And rather than come up with a solution, you just threw the puzzle out the window and said, yeah, fling. Yeah, but they don't need to take territory von Falkenstein. And frankly, neither do we. Like, this isn't a war. This is different. You know what I mean?
There is no anti-humanity conspiracy here, Ms. Al-Jalani. The Council's simply not granting interviews at this time.
My viewers are going to know that CSEC and the Council are denying them access.
Listen, lady, you think I like playing gatekeeper between the paparazzi and the politicians? I don't have time to babysit them, and I'm not here to hold your hand.
Well, I'm camping out until I'm granted an audience.
Fine. I hope you brought a sleeping bag.
Commander Shepard? Commander, humanity has questions.
What? Also, why did you walk out the door before you said that?
See, you're keeping the peace.
Yeah, I feel like a glorified doorman.
Most people would see it as a move up.
Wedged in here with all the stuffed shirts? I'd rather be back down on the streets. I appreciate the higher pay grade, but I'm not a political creature.
If you didn't want to be upped, why'd you accept?
You don't say no to Counselor Udina. Well, maybe you would, but I gotta live here. I know, squeaky wheel gets the oil, but I didn't lobby for promotion like some other officers. I'm not even sure why he picked me. I never know with politicians. I hate political BS.
Don't lose your edge. You might need it.
Oh, wouldn't mind an excuse to get my fingers dirty. It's killing me about Earth.
You and me both.
I haven't been back in years. Now I may never. If this ain't the end of days, it's pretty damn close.
Actually, I was following that tweet campaign as it was going live, Raven King. It's a great sequence, which this game absolutely does not get positives for, because it's not in the game. That's pretty much always been the rule.
Commander, Counselor Udina said you'd be coming. If you'll follow me, the council is already in session.
Goody.
Counselor, the Reapers are in our space as well. Earth is no more or less important than any council homeworld.
But Earth was the first Council world hit. By all reports, it faces the brunt of the attack.
How do you know this is the brunt? New Reaper fronts are opening up everywhere.
The reports are accurate. Earth was attacked. A full-scale invasion. And it's just the beginning. We need your help. Everything you can spare.
Earth may be suffering, but our worlds are falling too. The Turians have lost Tatris.
We must fight this enemy together.
Need I remind you that the last time we fought the Reapers, Shepard sacrificed the Council to protect human interests?
True, but in the end we survived because we followed Shepard's lead.
And what if that's not enough this time?
The reports are dire. If we throw everything we have at the Reapers on Earth and lose, what then?
Then it was always hopeless.
Follow me without a plan.
Counselors, we have that plan. A blueprint.
It's a button! We've got a button! Don't worry, everybody!
What is it exactly?
We're still piecing it together. But it appears to be a weapon of some sort.
And this is capable of destroying the Reapers?
So it would seem.
It's immense.
God, everyone just accepts that.
This is a fool's errand. The Protheans were wiped out by the Reapers. Clearly, the weapon is flawed.
It was incomplete. There was a missing component, here. Something referred to only as the catalyst. But they ran out of time before they could finish building it.
Do you believe in this, Shepard? After what you've seen of the Reapers?
No.
Liara believes it can work, and so do I. And while I haven't always agreed with Udina, he's right about this. We need to stand together. Now more than ever. The Reapers won't stop at Earth. They'll destroy every organic being in the galaxy if we don't find a way to stop them.
I hate to correct you, Shepard, but your tense is wrong.
Cannot give Earth the military support it needs.
Past tense. The Shepards have not stopped at Earth.
Convening a summit amongst our species.
They are currently invading other planets.
We may be able to aid you.
Our fleets are also engaged. Honesty is all I can offer, Commander. I will not make a promise of rescue that I cannot keep.
Shepard, meet me in my office.
Also, if the Reapers are so super ridiculously powerful, then how is any fleet standing for longer than a few seconds against them? Or maybe minutes. Remember, and I hate to keep repeating this, they wiped out the entire home defense fleet of Earth in seconds.
Jackasses, Shepard. We may have a spot in the Council, but humanity will always be considered second-rate.
How can they be so blind?
Commander, I can't give you what you're asking for, but I can tell you how to get it.
I'm listening.
Palaven's Primarch Fedorian is the one that called the War Summit. He's your kind of man, open to extreme solutions. Trouble is, he didn't get out of Palaven's system when the Reapers attacked. We don't know if he's alive. He's essential to the summit. If the Normandy could extract him without being detected...
You want me to rescue his ass in the hopes he considers helping Earth?
That was supposed to be the Paragon option.
Probably yes. I shouldn't even be telling you about it. But we need Fedorian alive, and your ship can get him. Save the Primarch, gain an ally. One with the power to grant you what you're looking for.
While the Reapers ravage Earth.
Your counselor was right. We need to work together. This is the best way to get that. Our intel says Primarch Fedorian is on Palaven's largest moon. Get in and out undetected, and he'll take care of the rest. Good luck, Commander. You're gonna need it.
Actually, I agree with that, Lord Harriman. Beatable, but only if you know it's coming and you're really good to go.
Thing. The Council has agreed to reinstate your Spectre status.
Okay.
And there are certain resources that will be made available to you. Good luck.
Well, that went well.
Yes, it did. Why are you being sarcastic?
In the meantime, see if we can...
And yeah, we never stopped being a Spectre. We were reinstated in 2. Why are they... You're now a mega dodeca double Spectre, Shepard. Jesus Christ! Oh my god. Now, Kay, mentioned a theory in chat. It's already scrolled off my screen, but I read it. What if there were two writing teams? And you've got the team writing the war, and then you've got the team writing the Reapers or Super Death. And they never coordinated, and that would explain the inconsistencies. So, first of all, I don't have them in front of me right now. I'm pretty sure I pointed this out during the lore run when I had, writing materials. But there are... I'm not just speaking facetiously. There is stuff in the game that directly contrasts and contradicts other stuff in the game. Like, it is very clear, not as a theory, as a statement of fact, that the writers were at the very least partially not coordinating with each other for Mass Effect 3. So that's fact. Then, moving forward from that, we also have to mention that BioWare Magic, which I've talked about before, and we have documented evidence of how that operated. And remember, what's the key thing about BioWare Magic? I'm just going to tell you. It's the lack of management. So I'm not actually sure if that's a theory at this point, Kay. I mean, it is a theory. A theory with 100% correctness, but it's still a theory. I suppose 99% correctness. I mean, that's how that works, right? Even if I'm totally certain about something, it's still a theory, unless I can prove it factually, because life. Alright, so I'm going to pause here for a second. Nope, I took it over. It's my theory now. You don't get a theory, Kay. K theory just doesn't roll off the tongue, you know? Well, I hope the appointment goes well, period. What's it about? Question mark. So... positivity. Do you notice the people in the background? They're not just sitting there and animating. There's people moving around, walking. There's going to be some other sets that do better job of this, but this is the first place I've really seen that actually shows this properly. This is a common trend. Mass Effect 3 visually is the best the Citadel has ever looked, in my opinion. Like, look up. Here, I'll... see? Different races, different people, different outfits. Yeah, they're not a GIF that's running backwards awkwardly. There's actual effort and work put into really fleshing out the Citadel. And it's very Limblom effect. It actually feels like a place that you're walking around in. Definite props on display for this. There's another area which I don't think we even have access to yet, which I'm reminded of.
Commander, the people of the Alliance have...
for actually really doing it. So really definite positives on that front. Holy crap. So we're going to put this under this. I was going to say, I think this is one of the first times we've run into this, Dakota, because most games just don't do this in modern eras. They either have nice big empty areas or like tiny little townships or whatever, because it just takes so much resources to do that in full 3D awesome. We are getting Jarvik, of course, because this is a review.
Commander Shepard! Commander Shepard! Khaleesi bint seen in Al-Jalani. Isn't it true that you were on Earth when the Reapers attacked? How do you justify running away while millions of people on Earth die? Is that the best we can expect from the Alliance?
I've had enough of your tabloid journalism.
Ha! You want some?
You're angry. I get that. But I came here to get help for Earth, not answer your questions. Stay down.
I do kind of like that. In fact, it's, I believe, one of... yeah, 2 interrupts I like in the entire game. Which is... so the way that can go is if I don't get the second interrupt, she punches us. And it's like, ah! And we're like, ugh! And she's like, yeah, I've been taking lessons after the last time. Oh, let's see if this updates. Nope. Even though we've had a whole cutscene, that still hasn't updated because we haven't saved and loaded. Alright, so let's head back here really quick. Gotta do something I want to do before we head back.
Now arriving at Huerta Memorial Hospital.
This is how real people run in real life, right? That's true, we beat her conventionally. Only one change to the intro to make it better? Oh my god, but that's not possible. You're asking me to make one change to the intro. The 17 negatives to story intro. Alright, let me think about that. Anybody in chat want to jump on that? You know what? Wait, I've got it. There we go. Change made. No, where is Chocbus? Because I didn't see her earlier. I know she's here.
You can replace my leg is under attack.
Where is Chocbus? I'm there.
The invading force appears
The hallway?
Galaxy-wide attacks are part of a massive and organized invasion plan.
Delete it? I mean, that would make it better. Just have it jump to us being on the Citadel getting help as the Reapers are currently attacking. There she is. Why didn't that... Whatever.
Shepard, there you are.
Dr. Chakwas, you're here?
I'm working at an Alliance R&D lab down in Shelter Wards, coordinating
What is
closely
wrong
with
with your
Admiral
face and also your hair?
I heard you escaped Earth in the Normandy, and that someone was critically injured. I came as fast as I could.
We had a run-in with a Cerberus synthetic on Mars. Caden took the worst of it. How's he doing?
Very well, all things considered. I'm impressed with Major Alenko's resilience, as well as Dr. Michel's expertise. I wish I could have been there to help on Mars.
It's been 6 months, Doctor. How have you been?
There you go. There's the 6 months.
Good. I've been fortunate. When they impounded Normandy, the Alliance didn't really know what to do with me. I was never officially part of Cerberus, and I'd gotten a proper leave of absence from my previous post.
So you hadn't technically done anything wrong by joining me to defeat the Collectors?
Yes, though I suppose if you were judged to be a war criminal, I would have been tried as an accessory.
Your place is in Normandy's medbay, not some lab.
I couldn't agree more. You say the word, and I'm with you.
The Normandy wouldn't be the same without you, Doctor. Get your things. Docking Bay D-24.
Yes, Commander. And thank you.
Don't thank me so soon. Remember, Joker is still aboard.
And I'd be surprised if he's been remembering his medication.
Recent intel suggests that the entire Batarian hegemony has been destroyed by an unknown force.
Okay, you probably didn't hear that.
Early reports indicate that Earth has...
But the news thing just said, reports indicate that the entire Batarian hegemony has been destroyed by an unknown force.
fallen to the same enemy force that attacked Batarian...
Welcome, Commander Shepard. One moment, please.
Yep. So, that's cool.
Now arriving at docking bay.
We did it! We beat the hegemony. Yeah. Oh, no! Anyway.
So, you're just silent behind enemy lines until the war is over?
No, they've got us on rotation. We're mostly in fortified holding zones until strike teams clear an area. Then we come in and set up medical bunkers and supply depots. And then the main fleet comes in to occupy.
I'm not wearing commando leather, honey. What does that mean?
We'll be perfectly safe. They don't put engineers on the front lines.
But you won't be able to talk to us.
Yeah, I'm with you, Django. They absolutely should have done some preparations between 1 and 2. I'm in agreement on that. But they absolutely should have done some preparations between 2 and 3 as well. Like... Andromeda's a bit of a saving role by the writers. It's like, oh no, they were totally doing this in the background. Totally. You never heard about it, not even a whisper or mention about it anywhere ever, because it's a complete retcon. But they were totally doing it the whole time. Wink. So, I don't know if these each deserve a negative, or they just deserve a negative in general. Because these are stupid. What's that? We actually experienced literally dying by suffocation after watching our crewmates being murdered right in front of us. Walk it off inside of 2 cutscenes. But we're going to keep having nightmares about this stupid Star Child wannabe because we're trying to make you care about the death of billions. And we're secretly monkeys. What really irritates me, as usual, is there's so many ways they could have made this work. Rather than each dream being about this stupid child and about this nonsense, they could have done something with this, right? Maybe have the first dream acknowledge the death of Caden or Ashley, for example. Maybe have the second dream acknowledge any deaths of people who died on the suicide mission, or maybe if they did something else. I don't know, but we'd have to figure it out, right? Like, we'd have to figure out what it could be. But something that actually happened that we're still processing emotionally because we've been slamming our heads into this for the last however long. But no. It doesn't have a name. And the loss of Earth. Which is really getting us for some reason. We could, if we do things wrong, watch people get liquefied in front of us. But no, this is what gets to us. So, negative to story, dumb dream sequences.
I've been forwarding the Turian Counselor information on the Prothean device. It can't be built without Council support, but he's not budging until their Primarch is safe.
I know.
Are you all right?
I mean, yes, I do, Max Bass, but they wanted a minimum effort remaster, and that's what they got.
I didn't get what you'd call a good night's rest.
There's more to it than that, isn't there? What's really bothering you?
Liara, the Reapers are currently in the galaxy. Right now, there are multiple planets being actively hit by Reaper squadrons. What do you think is really bothering me?
When the Reapers hit, I could hear people screaming in the streets below me. We left a lot of them behind.
There's no way for you to save them all. But I know you're doing everything you can, and you'll get back there in time to help.
I hope you're right.
She is wrong.
Don't blame yourself, Commander.
I don't!
Commander Shepard, I'm Specialist... Oh. I beg your pardon. I thought you were alone.
Weird comment. I actually like Trainer. Really.
Commander Shepard, I'm Comm Specialist Samantha Trainer with Alliance R&D. I was part of the team retrofitting the Normandy after you turned it over to the Alliance. There weren't many of us aboard when the Reapers hit.
Slow down, Specialist Trainer. You're doing fine.
Thank you. I worked in a lab. I never thought I'd be serving on a ship.
Why don't you tell me about the retrofits?
The ship's in line with Alliance regs now, and it has new, top-of-the-line quantum entanglement communicators.
Which is why we had static earlier.
Admiral Anderson had intended to use the Normandy as his mobile command center.
That's no longer an option.
Yes, I heard he chose to stay and fight. In any event, I'm honored to serve under you, Commander. For as long as you need me, that is. They only sent me here to oversee the retrofits.
Shepard, some of our systems require further testing, and Specialist Trainer has been extremely effective during installation. I would prefer that she remain.
Got it, Edie.
Oh, wait, since when does a virtual intelligence make requests?
Edie's an AI. Fully self-aware.
Oh, I knew it. I knew Joker was lying.
Jeff requested that I pretend to be a simple VI to protect myself. I apologize for the deception.
Which is actually very logical.
And I apologize for all those times I talked about how attractive your voice was. Anyway, shall I give you a tour? I think you'll be impressed by the new upgrades. In the CIC, you'll find the galaxy map where you can set the Normandy's destination. You can also check your messages at your private terminal. The War Room houses a strategic command center for mission-specific intel and war analysis. The shuttle bay contains an armory where you can modify your equipment between missions. Finally, Liara has set up a lot of hardware down in the old XO office on Deck 3. I think she's claimed that room. And there you are. Still the same ship as before, it just flies Alliance colors now. Speaking of which, I believe Admiral Hackett would like to speak to you at the VidCom.
Yeah, I know this is petty. Oh, hang on.
Commander, Udina updated me on your meeting with the Council. Sounds like they're running scared.
We did present them with a lot of unknowns. They're feeling threatened and want immediate solutions, not theories.
Theories are all we've got right now. What's your plan?
I'm trying to get the Turian Primarch for a summit meeting with the Asari and Solarians. I'll bypass the Council and appeal directly to their leadership.
That's good, I like it. This is where we start laying the groundwork for our counterattack.
Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot to back it up right now.
Then build alliances. Gather everything and everybody...
You mean everything I've been doing for the last 2 games?
What about the Prothean device?
Find me people who can help build it, and if you can't, I'll take ships, soldiers, supplies, whatever you can get. We need to keep hitting the Reapers across every theater of war they open. Buy us time to figure out the device.
And when it's finished?
Assuming it ever is, we pool all our resources. Think of it as a giant armada for delivering the device, when the Reapers are most vulnerable. The stronger you can make that armada, the better the chances of punching through.
What about Earth, sir?
We'll just have to hope Anderson and what's left of the Alliance forces can hold out until we've dealt with the enemy.
I understand.
Good. Then make it happen, Commander. I'll be expecting regular updates on your progress. Hack it out.
You know, even ignoring the fact that the Reapers shredded through our entire Earth defense, our home defense force, in seconds before they could even get out a warning, even ignoring that, even if we somehow just assume that is a separate element of bad writing or bad presentation, they literally bothered to have a cutscene where we watch one of the big ships, a cruiser, get obliterated in seconds by a Reaper, by one Reaper sovereign ship, which makes sense, you know. So, like, I don't mean to be petty. I dislike how the Normandy SR2 looks in 3. It just looks... I don't even have a good word for it. Someone in chat mentioned it looks like it just came out of dry dock, and that's a good way to put it. These are war assets. Better do the multiplayer in order to be able to get the war readiness up. I like how the Normandy, one ship, is 115 resources. The 5th fleet is 90. The war score system, the war asset system, could have worked a lot better in a different game. Let me rewind back to Dragon Age Origins for a second. We're trying to gather together troops, supplies, materials, and resources to make a centrified force to punch through the Darkspawn lines and to get to the Archdemon so we can kill it and do that, right? It would make a little bit more sense if it was used in that situation than in this nonsense. Now, what's really funny is they did use the war score in Dragon Age Origins, they just did it better. Because there was no score. There was who you recruit and how much you buff them, and who you have as your party and how they're set up. The Battle of Denerim kept all that crap into account. And when you're going through, you could deploy a golem, or you could switch to this person and go through this particular part of the battle. And that was awesome, by the way. Instead of breaking it all down into a single number, and the worst part is the only thing that number matters for is changing which ending you have access to. It doesn't change how the final battle goes. It doesn't change what options you have. It doesn't change what boss you fight or who you can deploy when or where. Yeah, Kaer Morhen, another perfect example. Thank you, Kay. It literally just unlocks the ending. Now, because there's no multiplayer, it will not get the negative, because it would have gotten a negative for this, for the mandatory multiplayer thing. But the fact... I'm just going to jot this down right now, because the war score literally just unlocks different endings. You know, honestly, I don't know the answer to that, Lord Harriman. I'm not sure.
I can't believe the council won't help.
Come on, Sarah. If that's
Why do we have to...
hadn't been touched yet, you can be damn sure we'd be guarding our own borders.
Like, I don't know, it just doesn't look right.
Alliance has found a new Cerberus lab on Sanctum. Admiral Hackett would like you to investigate.
I'm busy! Jesus Christ! Eden Prime. We'll be doing that next, by the way, after the lunch break. Some of the data you found allow me to research and upgrade for you. Simply access the... Welcome back, GIF. While you're in dry dock, Joker suggests a small welcoming gift would be appropriate to have on hand should you be reinstated as commanding officer. As the ship does not have the capacity to accommodate the dancers he suggested, I chose something from the Official Systems Alliance catalog. Soldiers who have held N7 designation for 5 years or more are entitled to a commemorative hoodie jacket, which I had back in Mass Effect 2. You'll find it in your cabin. Citadel. Where is the Quarian fleet? The latest intelligence shows the Reapers are taking system after system at a feverish pace. Members of all races are fleeing their stations, colonies, and in some cases homeworlds. This kind of forced exodus might seem especially familiar to the nomadic Quarians who were pushed off their homeworld by the synthetic Geth centuries ago. But as the galaxy pushed back against the Reapers, the Quarians are conspicuously absent. Turian and Alliance spokespeople cannot provide the fleet's current location. They say they have other concerns at the moment. What if the Quarians are up to? They want it kept secret from the Council. After a refueling stop at Ilium, the fleet left no stated destination, and there are also reports of a galaxy-wide call for all young adult Quarians to abandon their pilgrimages to rejoin the fleet. Greedy and short-sighted powers will always try to gain upper hand in times of galactic crisis. We can only hope that whatever the Quarians are planning does not interfere with the only thing that should matter, stopping the Reapers. Reapers. Dear Commander Shepard, I was a contractor working on the Normandy's haptic interface when I was at dry dock. Your VI, Edie, emailed me to let you know I left my dog mech on board. I'm all the way out in Terra Nova now and would hate for you to go a million clicks out of your way to drop off my dog. Just take care of her. She likes exploring, sniffing chemical trails in 750-volt outfits. Thanks, sorry for the trouble. All Alliance military personnel. This is a galaxy-wide alert for all human territories. Fleet Admiral Hackett has declared threat conditions Saber 1. Enemy presence confirmed in Sol System, Earth under Reaper attack. All Alliance military personnel are directed to evacuate Sol System at first available opportunity. Do not attempt Earth approach. Heavy enemy resistance repeated. Repeat. Do not attempt Earth approach. Further instructions to follow encoded Chancel Crimson Tacit. Earth-based Alliance personnel unable to evacuate are directed to commence any and all necessary countermeasures. All remaining Alliance personnel outside Sol Theater are directed to muster at pre-appointed staging areas and commence offensive operations at first available opportunity. In absence of further instruction, independent action is authorized. This letter formally acknowledges your reinstatement of the Alliance Navy. War powers, you are authorized to assume... Let's go. Alliance forces are stretched thin. We need your specific talents for a series of ops. These missions will open doors for the Alliance in places we can't do. I need you to head to the Cerberus lab. Yada, yada. There's a question. Which is stupider, the Reaper attack on Earth or a giant probe attacking Earth? Hey, Joker.
Hey, Commander. You know, I had my doubts about the Council. But after years of ignoring your warnings, they're finally willing to step up and tell you they just can't help.
Damn it, Joker.
They're doing everything they can.
Did they at least validate our parking? Well, let me know if you want me to get them on the channel and then hang up on them. You know, for old time's sake.
I mean... Yeah, Joker continues to be a positive. Plus to Joker. What did you do to my ship? It's actually, like, darker? And the contrast is gone. And why is there just this giant pipe laid out on the floor? Why is this console gutted? What did you do to my ship? God damn it. Oh, I removed the extant videos from the list, like, a year ago. Mr. Red. Oh, we have a couple for her. Oh, we have a lot for her. Wow, okay. Is there one that doesn't emphasize her chest? It's the one that makes him look like more of a croak. Oh, there we go. That's the one. There we go. As for me... Aw. I don't have my where'd my Dragon Age armor go? Sniffle, sniffle. Okay, hold up. I know we've got the N7 hoodie and it's awesome, but check it out. We could finally be Jack's, I don't know. Here we go. I don't know, let's go with like red. Black and red. It's gotta be black and red. So let's go with black. Red. Light's gotta be red. That doesn't look red enough. We need more red. Hang on, hang on. We'll go with that. Super dark. Of course, we don't have most of this stuff yet. Oh, that looks terrible. We'll accept that for now. Alright. I'm Commander Shepard. No, Mr. That's a good question. I don't think anybody wears glasses. So let's see. There's Ashley. And Presley. I guess that's the rest of the crew who's died. Hey, look, we can access areas where there's nothing to do, unlike in Mass Effect 2, where I specifically made a point of acknowledging that limitation on what you could access was a way to kind of encourage you to explore in the right way. So it's cool that they got rid of that wonderful and unnecessary quality of life feature. Thank God this game is less convenient.
Commander?
Everything okay down here, Doctor?
The Alliance team cleaned up and restocked, but it's still my old medbay. Feels like home.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Let's waste no time. If I may, I'd like to examine you.
Nothing wrong with me, is there?
No, but we should keep an eye on all those cybernetic implants Cerberus grafted into you.
Expensive stuff bringing me back.
And worth every penny. Let's just make sure everything is okay.
That makes a lot of sense. We probably should have done that the minute I got on board this ship 6 months ago. When you were here on the ship with me.
Guess a checkup never hurts. Just no scalpel this time, Doc.
Alas, to my great disappointment, it is nothing invasive. I'm just going to run some diagnostics on your implants, and it'll take a few readings. Good. Your implants are showing little sign of rejection. Just keep up that positive outlook of yours, Commander, and your scars shouldn't return. That's it. You're the picture of health.
Hold up. You know what? I don't even care.
How's our inventory of meds?
The medbay was fully stocked before you left Earth. We should be good for a long time, even given the amount of fire you take each day.
Do you ever regret working for Cerberus?
We didn't work for them. We used them. If I were to feel anything, it would be guilt. We took their money, took their best people, took their best ship. We used them to defeat the Collectors, and now we are using their resources against them. So no, I don't regret it one bit.
I mean, I'd feel a lot more about that if they didn't have an army that they're still wielding, but we haven't really gotten into that yet, so we're gonna leave that for later.
You've never mentioned any of your family.
None to speak of, really. I'm the last of a prestigious line of medical professionals. The Alliance is my spouse, and you're all my children. I'm blessed with many close friends. But with each Alliance vessel taken, I lose one or two. We need to end this war.
I'll see you around, Doctor.
Take care, Shepard.
We'll never talk to her again. The end. Just dump that by the core. That's cool. Oh, hey, you can pay money to reset powers. Cool. Well, let's go talk to Miranda. She might actually have something for us. Wow, this room looks extremely different. Also, do you really need that kind of display, Liara?
Commander Shepard, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Hi, Glyph.
You're the drone from the Shadow Broker's ship.
Dr. Tassoni now refers to me as Glyph instead of Info Drone, 95% of the time. If you have a moment, I'd like to draw your attention to a terminal in her office. It analyzes information packages. If you find any useful data, I can research upgrades for you.
And what should I be looking for?
I'll inform you if you found relevant data. When you do, return to this terminal for your choices. In the meantime, Dr. Tassoni would like to speak with you. Have a pleasant day.
Sure thing.
You know, I was hoping this new council would be a little more helpful than the last one.
The meeting was less than ideal.
Yeah, I'm shocked.
At least the Council can't deny the Reapers exist. But I'm not sure how much comfort that is while they bicker over which portion of the galaxy to save.
Wow. Becoming the big info brokers turned you into a real cynic, Liara. I like it.
I'm flattered. I think.
This terminal contains non-essential correspondence from your allied forces. Dr. Tassoni has granted you access.
Looks like you brought more than just that drone from your ship.
A few things were necessary. I'd be a very silent shadow broker without data feeds.
So you have access to your resources?
What I can get. We'll need it to research this Prothean device.
Yeah, sure, a good thing you're one of the most powerful and influential people in the entire galaxy, Liara. Right?
Did the Protheans actually complete this weapon?
You mean, will it work? They wouldn't have poured their last resources into this device if they thought otherwise.
That's not true.
We really need to find out just what kind of weapon they left us.
It'd be nice to know we're not kids playing around with a loaded gun.
Absolutely. The damage it could cause if it backfired is unthinkable. People were finally starting to listen before the Reapers came. If we'd had a little more time, maybe Earth wouldn't. I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to talk about it.
The thought means a lot, Liara. Thanks.
You're welcome. And since I didn't mention it before, it's good to be back, Shepard.
Yep, the panels are following the camera. I think. Well, maybe they're not, actually. Hang on. No, they're actually not. Never mind. Yay, the panels are fixed. Woo! I was just standing in a really conspicuous spot for it. Yay! Nice place. Nice exposed pipes. Alright. There's only one thing to do. Get some lunch. I'm hungry. It's really tiring work finding my shoes again, tell you what.